Ik praat eventjes door. Bla bla bla. Tja 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 tja. Daar zijn we. Wat moeten krijgen. Ja. En we zullen de achtergrondmuziek wel uitzetten op de... ja, nu zet de achtergrondmuziek maar steeds uit op de, wel op het Stream Deck of op de Atem. Wij doen wel pauzemuziek draaien, dus dan krijg je het wel. Ja, klopt. Dus bij die embedded krijg je hebt er niet zoveel aan die embedded eigenlijk. Nee, alleen maar een copyright strike op de... Je kan nog beter de... And it's not gonna work for you. No. Ja, kan. Dan, hier heb je echt heel weinig aan. En aan die achtergrondmuziek en die embedded... nee, maar de audio die komt daarop binnen, toch? De speech. Ja, weet ik, maar als backup doe ik vaak, als je dan heb je zo'n beetje set noise en ja, maar tweede kanaal. Dat hoef je niet. Nee, want nu heb je dat tweede kanaal op onze embedded audio staan, maar die kan je... nee, maar dus als er audio uit de presentatie komt, maar die heb ik ook meestal uitstaan. Ja. Want die krijg je ook mee over de XLR. Ja. De audio van de presentatie. Oh, okay, dus en de background muziek in feite wel. Oké, dus dan kan ik die gewoon helemaal uitlaten. We kunnen wel de achtergrond... nee, dat kan eigenlijk niet. Die spelen nog hetzelfde. Dus je krijgt wel de pauzemuziekjes mee. Ja, nee, dat wordt niet.
Even kijken, die derde gaat met een generieke USB-C-voeding. Klopt dat? Of moet daar ook een Lenovo-voeding voor zijn?
Ik heb er nog eentje in mijn tas zitten, denk ik.
Kijk. Oh, hij doet het nou niet.
Nee, dan moet je op die capture kaart. Die heeft een power... Ja, test. Ja. Maar volgens mij is het verder, het ziet er goed uit. Ja, super.
Drink, but it's not good. Got it. You love the girl, and I'm so sorry. Let's give it to it like we ain't no man. Oh, like we ain't on party. Go, no, won't sound nobody. Then you're on your level too. Just tryna do what lovers do.
The crystal raindrop fall
rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime. I wanna spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time.
Goedemorgen. Zijn we er allemaal? Goedemorgen allemaal. Welkom bij de najaarsconferentie van de NLUUG. Voor de mensen die mij nog niet kennen, ik ben Rudy van Drunen, ik ben de voorzitter. Ja, we zijn hier met z'n 230'en. En gisteravond om 11 uur waren er 226 mensen ingeschreven. Dat is 1 meer dan ons record van de voorjaarsconferentie. Dus still going strong, zou ik maar zeggen. Eventjes wat huishoudelijke mededelingen voor vandaag. Zou je alsjeblieft je telefoon op stil willen zetten? Ik begrijp dat er een aantal mensen natuurlijk 24/7 conciliatie lopen en die... dat dus niet. Dan wat anders. Er worden vandaag foto's en videoopnamen gemaakt. Dus als jij liever niet met je hoofd op beeld wil, zeg het dan tegen de mensen die foto's maken. En ga een beetje achter in de zaal zitten. Dan kom je sowieso niet op de opnames of streams. Verder, we hebben dit jaar voor het eerst, of deze conferentie voor het eerst, geen programmaboekje. Dat betekent niet dat we geen programma hebben, want dat hebben we wel en dat is een fantastisch programma. Dat komt daar ook even op. Maar er liggen overal QR-codes die redirecten naar de pagina op onze website met het programma erop en ook met de correcte zaalnummering. De zalen aan de overkant ook. Even kijken. Ik heb het allemaal opgeschreven. Dan hebben we om 1:10 en wees alsjeblieft een beetje op tijd, een algemene ledenvergadering. Het is een belangrijke algemene ledenvergadering vandaag, omdat zoals jullie allemaal, of in ieder geval de leden in een mail hebben gezien, willen wij met jullie praten over de toekomst van de vereniging. En voornamelijk omdat zeg maar de onderkant van de portemonnee in zicht begint te raken. Dus we moeten iets doen om ons voortbestaan voor de komende 3 jaar of de komende jaren veilig te stellen. Want anders, als we zo doorgaan, is het over 3 jaar jammer dan helaas, dan is het op. Dus dat, wees alsjeblieft op tijd en kom met z'n allen, want dan kunnen we met z'n allen daarover hebben. En er moeten een aantal beslissingen genomen worden die echt belangrijk zijn. Alleen leden, geen introducees. Heel goed, Jan, dankjewel. Dan hebben we vandaag een programma met een keynote die ik dadelijk ga aankondigen. En een endnote. Endnote is van de AIVD. Heel interessant verhaal. Er is nog wel eventjes iets bij. De telefoons mogen daar in de broekzakken blijven. Moeten daar in de broekzakken blijven, zo moet ik het even zeggen. Vanwege de AIVD. Ja, zo is het en daar gaat het ook over. Dan is het natuurlijk zo van, ja, ik had het al over het programma. Voor de conferentie hebben we AT Computing en de AIVD als sponsors. En voor de andere zaken binnen de conferentie zijn er natuurlijk ook nog een aantal sponsoren die ik echt even wil noemen. Surf, Click Here, ProCollix, Universiteit Leiden en RIPE NCC. Die sponsoren ons als vereniging om mooie dingen voor jullie te doen. En ja, wij zoeken ook nog sponsoren. Dus als jij denkt van, mijn bedrijf die kan ook wel en wil ook wel wat bijdragen in geld of in middelen. Contact dan eventjes het bestuur, want zonder sponsoren, en daar gaan we het ook in de ALV over hebben, gaat dit niet vliegen. Goed, in ieder geval eventjes een bedankje voor onze sponsoren. En ja, dan wil ik de keynote introduceren. Oscar Kourou. Ik zag in de bio die hij had ingeleverd de magische woorden dat hij begonnen is met C. Daar zijn we allemaal, hè? De taal! Daar gaan we voor. Nu kan ik een hele foute opmerking maken dat afgegleden naar security, maar dat zal ik maar niet doen. Vervolgens met die C spannende dingen in security gedaan. En hij gaat ons meenemen in quantum crypto. En ja, wat als we echt quantum crypto kunnen en willen en gaan doen, dan moeten we van alles om het nog veilig te houden. Dus Oscar werkt bij VWS en is daar hoofdbaas security en informatiebeveiliging. Ja. Dus hij weet er veel van. En enlighten us.
Dankjewel. Ik vind het echt super gaaf om hier te zijn. Maar eerst even de vraag. Nederlands of English? English speakers? Yes? Yes? No problem. I'll switch to English because I was prepared for English, so that's not a problem to me. So I'm a Chief Information Security Officer. And yeah, as mentioned, I started my career in software development. I found that to be so boring that I eventually figured out, okay, I'm going to do something else, or I'm going to work at something more exciting. And I happened to end up at NICHEF, so the Subatomic Physics Lab in 2003, which is a few decades ago. And then I started to expand on OpenSSL in a time where proxy certificates were very new and nobody had any clue on what the heck that is. Some people still don't. So this is how I learned PKI. This is how I learned to dissect the sudo command and expand on the sudo command to actually take in PKI credentials, X509 credentials, from somebody who never entered that lab before, because I started working on the grid computing endeavor, which is distributed computing, but then connecting compute clusters together for the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. So I worked in that environment. So this is how I started my career. I worked there in an international environment for 10 years. I loved it. I learned stuff. I saw the Linux kernel 2.6 introduced the first ways of cheating or trying to implement or re-implement the BSD jails. For people who actually know about that, that's way back. And this is how we now, young people, still alive, and young people call this Docker, and I call this jails, and actually expansion on C groups. And now I'm Chief Information Security Officer for the entire department. For the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports. So my environment consists out of this, and you might think of, oh, this looks like the healthcare sector. Actually, these are all pictures from our own ministry websites, because we are composed out of 25 organizations and roughly 110 foundations that are somehow subsidized or created by the ministry. That's my span of control, which includes a few healthcare sector locations in the Caribbean part of the Netherlands. So yeah, but I try not to forget where I came from, which is how infrastructures work. So I have a bit of a different view on a few topics, which is crisis management, because I've done the triage for the Large Hadron Collider computing group, which was a global task. The other topic was how computers actually work, I still have a bit of a hobby and a home lab, which is, of course, mission critical, according to my wife and kids. And the other hobby that I still have is cryptography, because if you're somehow thrown into the ocean of PKI, X509, and a pointer to an X509 piece of data in your memory, and then trying to not make OpenSSL crash and survive that for many years, well, somehow you end up with some knowledge that a lot of people don't have. So I still teach at the Leiden University about cryptography, at the Security Academy, for example, on both the topic of the basics for cryptography, crypto management, but also on the transition for post-quantum cryptography. I've been part of any of the initiatives that I've worked after NICAF at KPN for post-quantum stuff. So we worked on quantum key distribution and thought that that was the future. That's going to be a fusion reactor-like future, I think. We're not going to talk today about that because I think that's so much into the future. We're going to talk about the stuff that should be done now, and we should discuss that where is the world now moving towards with respect to quantum cryptography, post-quantum crypto, and especially PQC, post-quantum crypto standards and what we need to do and how should we look at that. So I'm going to give you a bit of a deep dive, not on what we do on the healthcare sector, which could be another presentation for an hour, but this guy, which is of course beautiful. Look at the brass, the gold, the copper, but actually it's an oversized CPU cooler. The actual chip itself is typically either on top or at the bottom, suspended from Earth, because it doesn't, you should not have vibrations in it. So if you have a truck riding next to a quantum computer environment today, they're trying to ensure that these vibrations are not part of the device itself, because it could actually introduce more chaos. Chaos is a thing, of course, in how this device computes. And the rest is all cooling. So this is, every stage that you see is a multi-layered cooling device. So make it cooler, and if you put the fridge into a fridge, then you don't have to refrigerate that fridge anymore for that level, and that's how it cascades down with the cooling. Everybody's, if I'm going too fast, please tell. If you have questions, shout, because I like dramatical changes in the flow that I've anticipated. But of course, from the Ministry of Healthcare, Welfare and Sports, we figure out, okay, what could you do with drugs and drug discovery? And no, I'm not emphasizing on the sports part here, but drug discovery is, of course, a magical thing. It's really complicated. I've been working on folding at home because I figured that was more useful than SETI at home. It's personal belief. So I worked at all kinds of projects, and I saw that GPU enhancements to drug discovery is very cool. And I think that post-quantum, in a post-quantum era, when there is a quantum computer, it would be extremely cool to see if you can make some major breakthroughs in medicine. Now, this is the opportunity side of a quantum computer, which is nice. And we all love it. Make it happen as soon as possible, please. But I'm also a Chief Information Security Officer, so I also look at the other side of the story. And there are two major players that started pushing some interesting boundaries, which is Peter Shor, where there is, if you look at that name, the story of Shor's algorithm, it's interesting YouTube, it's a cool professor guy, of course, but it's a bit of a, it's the brilliant professor type. And in 1994, he figured out a mathematical way of finding prime factors. Now, for those who are not really in all the cryptography stuff, prime factors and trying to figure out what the original numbers were in your public key and private key, if you use RSA, for example, that hiding feature was a bit the thing to do. So you don't want to factor back to the original prime numbers, because then you can generate the primary key and the public key again. And what do we all know about the private key? You should keep it private. And so if everybody could recalculate this, that's going to be a bad thing. Based on this research, other research emerged in the elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman, and Diffie-Hellman, which is a discrete log problem, that basically has the same issues that we can figure out. Now, on the right side, we have Mr. Grover. And he figured out, wait a minute, we can actually do a bit of a search algorithm. So what if we optimize the search algorithm in such a way that we use the special functionality of a quantum computer to actually enhance this problem of finding the, in this case, AES key, if we can find the AES key in some noise, or at least some information that you have. Now this is, of course, the prime principle of encryption, that you cannot reverse back to the key. But what if you can? What are we actually building our society on top? Well, actually about this secrecy. So this is a really important step. Like if we can pull this off, that would be really bad, because we were thinking about cracking this with, I don't know, I've seen some interesting pictures where they've tried to do PlayStation 3s. Now this is of course way back when, because I've got a PlayStation 5, it's a lot more powerful. But IBM created this cell processor, and the cell processor had a few interesting properties. It's interesting to have a Linux user group discussion. I can't have these kinds of discussions in The Hague, of course, in the way I talk now to you. So this is, I'm smiling, it's because I really have fun here. So, because the cell processor was pretty different, they actually enhanced the way how they could crack RSA 512 and 1024. Still took a lot of time, still took a lot of energy, but what if you can make this stuff go faster? That's the thing, so we're looking at that. Now, we've composed our TLS connections. Let's just assume TLS here. Of course, there's storage, encryption. There are many other encryption types. There are many options. Yes, yes, yes. But let's assume this. What are we doing here with the TLS connection? Obviously, also I can lecture 3 full 8-hour days on this little TLS connection. So, different story, so hold me back, hold me back. But of course, one of so we need 2 keys to actually pull this TLS connection off these days. It used to be different, but now we need 2 keys. So I need to have 2 parties. I've got Alice, I've got Bob. They need to communicate together secretly over an untrusted network. How do I do this? I need to eventually piggyback somehow or walk to the other side with an AES key, something secure, and I need that for the confidentiality part. These days, I also want to have integrity control, so I want to have a key again, to have an HMAC, so hash-based message authentication code. I want to ensure that this data is mine, I've actually sent it, but I also want to ensure that it's not manipulated over time. This is why I need 2 keys, because I've got 2 roles here. Keep the integrity and the confidentiality in order. Okay, cool. How do I do this? Well, the military have a solution for that for many ages. They just walk and have a gun. So, that's a different story. Also, they have vehicles. I've just got a Dacia car, so I'm really cheap on that end. Yeah, by Romania. Okay. The other thing is I want to know who I'm actually talking to. And I don't know you again. I don't know what the ING Bank is. I don't know what NICHEF.nl is. I don't know what the Ministry of Healthcare.nl is, especially the last one, because it doesn't exist. But I want to have, even if I want to have a secure communication to not even a good or bad actor, I don't care, but I want to have something about its identity, so I need to tie this. Okay, and then the glue is the key exchange. And then we've decided that elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman ephemeral is, of course, a very cool way of doing it. The problem is, of course, that this is based on RSA, or in this case it is, but it could have been an elliptic curve, of course, could be something else. And here we have a Diffie-Hellman solution, which is very fine. Now, the original Diffie-Hellman, I hope everybody actually is not using DHE anymore, because it's way inefficient, it's really slow. This is why the bigger providers already moved to ECDHA for ages, because of actually power consumption and speed. But if we want to look at the risks here, then we figure out, okay, shit, they got us really, because Peter Shore has a way of figuring out, okay, we can actually break this in nominal time. We can break the other one in nominal time again, so I can impose an identity of somebody else. If you want to have these keys exchanged securely, I can mess around with who's getting which key again. Woo. Wait a minute, that was the entire foundation of this, right? Whoops, because I'm gonna send these two keys with the key exchange knowing that it's yours. Well, if you have that foundation broken somewhere, then we have a bit of a problem, because how many TLS connections are we doing for just one website these days? The answer is a lot. Sometimes I'm amazed in how fast all the checks and balances are being done in memory and over the wire. But why is, in this case, Grover a bit set as a smaller person? Well, we're discussing on if it's a full breakdown or if it's just breaking it in half or not even half. We're not really sure. There are conflicting scientific papers on this. Fast forward on what this actually means. Some people are thinking, well, if I have AES 128, that probably that has a secure bit rate of 128 bits. Actually, there was a research paper that actually snipped off 1 bit. So I would always say it's 127 if I'm really precise. But nobody in The Hague understands when you're really precise on that kind of level, so I'm just telling it to you. So, but let's cut it down again, because Mr. Grover figured out a way that presumably it would break down in half. But half in bits is not half in bits. It's 2 to the 64th divided by that, huh? So which is a bigger number than just dividing by 2. It's dividing by 2 to the 64th, which is a lot more than you could imagine. At least I don't have any proposition on that, on how much these numbers are. Although I'm somehow, at least at home, and I'm trying to avoid IPv6, but okay, that's a different story. So we're trying to figure out, okay, what is the actual value that's going to break down? And what does it actually mean? So we're trying to, let's assume for today, at least, it's going to be half. So if you have AES 256, it's going to be the security worth of 128. And if you have 128, it should have the security worth of AES 64. AES 64 doesn't exist. No, it's just theoretical in this case. It's just half that value in bits security. Yikes, that's a lot. Because when did we break down 64 secure bits? I think it was the 90s or 80s, or no, 90s, zeros. This is where a lot of people actually could compute with keys and break down the keys on that level. So, whoosh, if you combine that, we can actually break AES, perhaps in nominal time. I'm saying nominal time, what the heck does that mean? Nominal time means within the lifespan of my life, which is already something, because I'm 44 now, which is two years over. So one of the things is, okay, if we can break this down in just a year or weeks per key, that would be something, right? It's already different than years. Now, one of the risks that we have is the store now, decrypt later issue. Of course, there's a nice data center in Utah. Although typically I would say, well, it's actually a steal now, decrypt later. More emphasizes what actually is happening here. So what happens is something that we perhaps in this room know more dearly than my lovely colleagues, which is we can just tap a network. Why? Because we don't need to do debugging. Now this stuff you can also do on a bigger scale, so you can even do this on DVDM, so dense wavelength division multiplexing solutions, whatever. You can also tap and monitor the traffic and create a PCAP. So this is a huge data center created for PCAP files, waiting for the quantum computer. But then, of course, you can imagine that if with the emerging of AI, we can now figure out which stream you really want to decrypt and which one is nonsense, which one contains a password, which one contains data that you want to decrypt, which one doesn't. Of course, we have enhancements in that. So if you can figure out, okay, but we have a lot of things to do, yeah, attackers, intelligence agencies, whatever, need to have a lot of work. So, but just fast forward on that. There are two things we already know for many years, that forward secrecy is a thing, and if you want to annoy the intelligence agencies, implement forward secrecy. Because every connection, a new key. Wow, which is interesting. So there are two things at play, and this is why I figured out, okay, this has to do with time, right? So going back to my own personal history, which is he who controls the past controls the future. He who commands the future conquers the past. Okay, but why this time frame? Forward secrecy. The idea of forward secrecy was about time. It's forward in time security. If you crack the key, like Mr. Snowden's mail server a few years ago, if you ask for the private key, for example, you can ultimately just recreate whatever the data was, because it was using RSA key exchange, which was really bad. So use forward secrecy. It's a thing that we've already known to use for many years, so just do it. If somebody doesn't, it's really weird. If only it is confusing, of course, for the intelligence guys. But also think about steal your data now, decrypt later is a thing. Lots of data centers are being built. A bigger risk, but later, because you can steal data for years on end. But if you can break it in the authentication layer, that would be cool. What do we need for this? I need to have a very quick decryption mechanism, right? Because if I'm in an authentication stage, during the authentication, ultimately, there's a bit of an end time of this authentication stage. After a few minutes, whatever, maybe 15 minutes, maybe a day, your session is lost, and you need to re-authenticate again, and then the entire computer needs to re-crack another code and another key. So the idea is, of course, cycling your authentication quick enough is good, pretty annoying for all the operators if you do this too quickly, but because of this effect, this is why we think that at least the threat itself will only emerge when the quantum computer exists. So first you need to have a quantum computer, then you can start cracking authentication sessions, because those are renewed, replenished every minute, every day, whenever you log in. So this is why we're thinking about the authentication thing. There are two big major risks: steal now, decrypt later, and breaking authentication. That's what we're doing. That's the thing, that's the problem that you want to do, and at least avoid. Huh? So this is what you want to do if you have a quantum computer. Thinking about it, who wants to have a quantum computer? I love new toys. So does these guys. They all want to be the first, because just like the quote on Command & Conquer, he who commands the past commands the future. Okay, conquers the future. Okay, anyway, so they are thinking about this. They have the budget for doing it, although it's a bit of a discussion if Mr. Putin still has that budget, because it's going into other things these days. So the first layer would be state actors, although these days, even a country that I wouldn't imagine investing is, for example, Indonesia and Vietnam, into all kinds of digital things. So don't just keep it to these superpowers. There are many more emerging in the near future. But the next layer is organized crime, because if you can think about the future, if somebody has the power to just put in a few million euros or dollars, whatever, into a device, then ultimately it becomes a very interesting thing for them to figure out, maybe we want to have our own quantum computer somewhere. This is, of course, when we've entered the commodity hardware part, where you can at least buy supercomputers, superclusters, or steal one. Because why own it if you can rent it? And ultimately, there would be non-ethical ways of working with the quantum computer. Of course, there will be a lot of scientific things. So there will be science communities, the rest. But I think a lot of this will be probably the order of the threat part. of the world, which is a lot. Huh?
You spelled criminals wrong.
Non-ethical hackers. Everybody, I try to be neutral. I mean, mostly on bad guys. I mean, on the criminal side, criminals have hackers too. I mean, it's whatever you do with it. I also consider myself as a hacker, which is really crazy. If somebody in the ministry said, "What do you do?" I said, "Well, day job, CISO, night job." Okay. They don't always understand the jokes. Anyway, so. But how much qubits do you need? Well, this is a bit of a debate because it's a really broad scale, and the scale is as big as I could see and read the papers, which is a bunch of them and really complicated text. But then I try to boil down to, okay, but how should you think about that? How should you think about the logical qubits? And thinking about what is a logical qubit, just to set that definition, if you have one logical qubit, at the minimal, you have 2 error-correcting qubits. So that would be always having 3. It's a Tovoli qubits, if I'm not mistaken. But typically, in these kinds of systems, you have more than these kinds of gates together. It's just like ECC memory. You need a bunch of, in this case. It's really inefficient today. But you need a lot of logical qubits to crack. Oh, ECC in this case is, sorry, I should have at least explained this, elliptic curve cryptography. Excuse me. In my mind, if we talk about the word proxy, we can proxy certificates, reverse proxies forwards. Never mind. Anyway, so ECC, same problem, elliptic curve cryptography. So these are the P curves. So if you have a certificate with elliptic curve, you will have either one of these 2 curves, because these are okay, at least today. And then you need 1,500 to 2,300 logical qubits, depending on the paper that you read. This is what you need to crack it, or you go up. For RSA, it's interesting. You need actually larger sums of qubits, because the data that you want to calculate and work with is more complicated and has bigger size, and therefore you need more data, and this is directly tied to the length of your modulus. I'm not going to go into the math, but just for those who are, I'll be there in the coffee break. For AES, the calculation is way more complicated because it also is tied to the rounds and some other factors, but let's just boil it down to the amount of rounds. For AES 128, that would be, how many rounds? 10, okay. The other one would, for AES 192, it would be 12 rounds, and then you have 14 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. For AES 256, so the amount of rounds, this is the amount of logical qubits. Okay, cool. So somewhere between 1,500 for the first thing that we want to do with modern cryptography these days. So this is not legacy, huh? If we want to go for RSA 124, if you still have that in your infrastructure because you're doing industrial control systems, you're going to have a bad time, because that will be way faster being cracked than this. But yeah, the problem is, of course, okay, what does this mean? Well, there are some ideas on this. So how much time do we have left before the quantum Q day? So the day that would happen. So Ionic created a bit of an estimate, and they figured out, well, at least for the stuff that they are doing, we will have an estimation of, okay, we can work with a lot of qubits, and this is something that is also interesting in this table. Saying that you have a lot of qubits doesn't mean you have logical qubits. And this goes around, and there's almost no newspaper. Even Tweakers has a bit of an issue sometimes in figuring this out. Although they're doing their best, which is commemorable. But the qubit size is going up, fine, but then we're actually working with logical qubits. So we calculate the logical qubits. That's the only thing that we can use. So if we have a system with lots of qubits, that's cool. But the next question is, how many logical qubits do you have? Because your error correcting code might be more than just 2 noisy qubits. Because if you need 5 or 10 to actually make your processor work, you're going to have different numbers over here. But the scary part is actually the top bar, which is the numbers since Christ in this case. So 2026, that's next year. 12 qubits. Nothing. But then it becomes the other interesting numbers, like 2027. This is what they estimate. Now IBM and some other vendors have similar numbers going more or less in this range. So assume this is a bit of a mid-ground between the others. So in 2028, it becomes already interesting and probably feasible for the most optimistic scientific paper, mind you, optimistic scientific paper, there are many conflicting papers, but to have your first possibility of having modern cryptography cracked. Because a lot of websites use elliptic curve cryptography with a p-curve of 256. Whoosh, that's a lot. Then we have 2028, and then it becomes problematic. Because then probably all the cryptography could be, in an optimistic way, broken. Now, if we go 1 year up, we're pretty sure that it will be broken. Oops, how much infrastructure do we need to change? This is going to be an cryptocalypse. So it's going to be a very interesting, stressful situation. Of course, if this happens, we can think about this. Like we can even toy around with cryptography in the future. This is one of the things that I saw in a PowerPoint presentation from DEF CON of this year, which I really loved. Like, what if we could actually crack it in our own community? How cool would that be? The future is interesting. Okay. So there are some handbooks. I should have set the English version here, but there's an English version for this, which is the joint collaboration between the AIVD, the Center for Math and Informatics, CWI, and TNO. And together they've thought about, okay, we need to help people get out of the gutter and get into action. So how do we do this? How do we mobilize organizations? Because you have to do something, because the time frame is moving up. So they created the PQC migration handbook, also downloadable in English from each of these websites. And you can think about the things that they're trying to tell. So first, of course, is to identify what type of organization are you? Should you be a smart follower, or on the right, in the middle in this case? Should you be an urgent adopter? Or are you a crypto geek? And either of these have a different time frame, of course. And my ministry is composed out of 25 organizations, and I've got a lot of services. So I'm not going to even slice it into just my organization. I'm going to slice it into branches within my organizations to then get the handbook on. For the people who are perhaps saw this earlier, but Moscow's theorem is one of the things that they're also trying to tell you is, okay, but how much time do you have left? You need to have a calculation for your company or your organization, which is, for example, the X plus Y is bigger than Z. If the amount of time of data, of how much time should your data still be secured is one number in time, in years, months, I don't know. And how long do you take time for this migration? Let's add that up. Let's make that condensed. And if you are now past the Z time, is when do we have this quantum computer, you're going to have a bad time. Because then the quantum computer is here faster than you can actually keep your stuff secure. Youch. This is the number that you're trying to look for in your company. Personally, I look for these kinds of indicators. Pretty technical ones. If you haven't been able to move to TLS 1.3, your organization is slow. Or your contracts with all kinds of vendors is very harsh. It depends, which is also a truth, of course. I've noticed from my 8 years at KPN, it took me way too much time to move from TLS 1.1 to 1.2. And you might think, why was that? Had to do with contracts, firmware, lots of work. Real world scenarios. The other question is, what do you think about the new shorter-lived certificates these days? If you don't know how to spell Acme, has nothing to do with Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, or whatever. That's gives me a bit of a hint on how old I am, because I tried to do that and you laugh, but a lot of people didn't because they were too young to know actually what Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner were. Sad. But even Google is pushing for shorter-lived certificates because they see people making mistakes with private keys in real-life environments. So we want to move this faster. So what do you think about this? Well, if you think about the scenario in our organization, for example, people are still crypto primitives all the way up to risk management. Okay, and we're mostly in control of what's in this layer over here in the middle. So we have these primitives at least solved. So in the lower layer, the primitives, we've decided FIPS 203, MLChem, so module lattice-based key encapsulation mechanism. Just to emphasize, we're now moving to the word chem a lot, because key exchange is the activity, but what you're doing is you're wrapping another key. Key encapsulation. You put it into an envelope. This is what you do with the Diffie-Hellman part. For example, in shared secrets, more or less. At least this is what the MLChem is doing. Digital signatures, yeah, so we have a solution for digital signatures. For those, I couldn't print it out nicely, but there were interesting differences. If you look at the amount of size differences between the public key and private key sizes of these, of RSA, elliptic curve, or then moving to DSA, it's huge. It could get into megabytes if you wish. But let's say it's almost like a half a megabyte for a key. That's really large. This is why they've created the other standard to be a bit smaller. And there are many competing standards now also emerging to solve the problems of downsizing the keys and still have the same security. So okay, we have at least the algorithms. Cool. So where do we find these algorithms? Upgrade yourself to OpenSSH version 10. Sounds like an easy answer. I know the environments that you might work in would not allow you to go past number 5 if you're really bad, or 7. And that's because a lot of industrial control environments have this as a normalized, standardized way of working for many years. Now, Wolf SSL has been very dominant into making that happen. So it's very much tied to another lovely library called libcurl. I love that library. Personal feed. OpenSSL 3.5. Wait a minute, that's pretty modern, 3.5. Yes, only the latest and greatest has all this stuff. All the previous versions might have the previous ones, but for all the Star Wars fans, that has to do with the words like kyber and dilithium and other terms. So it doesn't use all the FIPS terms. To be very exact, I've spent a lot of hours to figure out that if you have an equivalent cipher, so MLChem versus the kyber solution that it emerged from, the two, they're in the cipher suite. For TLS handshake, there's a cipher suite to negotiate which cipher we are going to figure out and use. There are 2 bytes that actually those are standardized in the TLS registration. I think it's even in IANA. But these 2 bytes are registered to represent this specific cipher suite. All the logic is the same, but just the 2 bytes were just different. So that's really interesting to figure out that it might work the same, might look the same, but the computer is not figuring out that it is the same protocol. This is why it's just in OpenSSL 3.5 that it uses the FIPS versions. And that's what you're looking for. You're not looking for, can it do post-quantum cryptography? You're looking for the standard. The actual set standard has a different code than the ones we've been using for the last 5 years in the development stage. Remember this, it will save you a lot of time. Because debugging this, it will never end up in error codes in the proper way. Now, Apple, in the latest and greatest Tahoe version and everything 2026, they even mentioned it in the WWDC presentations, also online. There's a video on how to port and change your apps to post-quantum cryptography, which is basically saying, just follow the guidelines, then you'll end up into sufficiently abstract APIs. You'll be fine, because then we'll figure out that you'll get the proper keys, which is interesting way of working, and this is equivalent, of course, in Android. Chrome also has this stuff built in way early because of their endeavors, and I've figured out GNU TLS, but I'm not really sure if this is taking the, which version it's taking, because if you see liboqs, that's the development open quantum security library. Typically, this one is implementing the testing versions and not the official FIPS versions. But this is the best thing that I could find on GNU TLS. So check it, because this is changing rapidly. And it's extremely hard to debug. There's a huge other elephant in the room, not just me, but it's about digital signatures. There's a program called Hapkido. I forgot the acronym, but it stands for something. It's not the martial arts type. These are scientists. Although, never underestimate a scientist that takes taekwondo. But they figured out, okay, what do we need to do with these keys in the certificate? Normally, we have one public key, and we have a private key file next to it, right? Okay, but how do we make this transition to a post-quantum signature scheme? Do we double sign a certificate? Do we have two public keys? Do we have two private keys? Think about it. And people, perhaps you better than way others that I've ever spoken to, probably know how Apache and Nginx or Hiawatha HTTP server is configuring certificates and private keys. There's only one or two lines to mention how to set the certificate and one line to set the private key. There's no other. But you have to deal with that. So one of the ideas that people came up with is dual signed certificates. Okay, then we turn out into, okay, we have, in a normal current environment, we have either elliptic curve cryptography, ECC or RSA signed certificates. Okay, we know this. This is what we use for 30 years now, since Netscape. It's that long, huh? Think about it. We haven't changed the cryptography since Netscape, because we've just changed key sizes in RSA. We've never ditched RSA, ever, in 30 years. Going to be a big thing. Okay, so we could say, let's skip it. Let's just do the ECC stuff. We move to a new era. We use MLDSA for the signatures. Cool. Then we have one very specific way of working. It's just one public key. We move to the other protocol. Cool. But then people got smart, and I think smart is not the same as KISS. They figured out, no, let's do it. Let's do it this way. We do MLDSA, and in the first public key info block, we're going to set the MLDSA public key in the certificate. And then in the second block, we do an RSA or ECC public key. And we sign it. So we have two signatures. Or no, we do it the other way around. And why am I setting here this name here, this block here? This is the square bracket 0 or 1, and I really mean index. I could have used for 30 years the naive concept in ASN1, which is the composure of a certificate of X509, because we're not using JSON, not using XML, we're using ASN1, which is even more ancient, but okay. And we also always use the 0 fields, first public key. So I could naively program for 30 years that it will always take the first key. And now I have 2. How many failure options do I now get? I always tell the labs, this is either 2 faculty or 2 squared mistakes, because you have 2, so 2 to the power of n failure modes you just added in your software by just choosing this. But then I figured out yesterday, okay, but what does ChatGPT think about the standards? I'm also lazy at times, huh? Leave a light on moe. Okay, so in this case, the sequence says you can only have 1 public key. That's in the certificate standard. So the X509 certificate standard that we now have only is composable out of 1 key and 1 key only. And this is ultimately then boils down to how you assemble the ASN1. So there's no list, there's no array, there's no zero field. It just happened to be the first node in ASN1, which is not the same thing as an index of an array. It's not an array, it's something else. So according to the standard, you can't even do it. So you're now asking all the HTTP providers, even Microsoft, to make a change on such a fundamental level to support 2 keys. And how are we dealing with 2 private keys on the system? It's probably going to be twice the problems. No, I think quadruple the problem. So this is going to be a thing. And why am I telling you in this fashion? There's no solution yet. The international community has not decided. This is still a debate in the IETF. Right now. And I know Hapkido, they're thinking about multiple keys and we'll change the standard. Yeah, of course. But we have got other problems, like, for example, a bit of C code. Yes. Hello, world. And in this case, here you see another problem, which is a lot of software is naively, directly tying into the API or ABI and asking for RSA signatures. And not something else which should be parameterized. So another problem is, how do we deal with this? And for people who love Java, not me, is sometimes you have a similar situation with RSA in your code as well, or more lovely and short, in Python, you'll have this RSA directly tied. This is the thing that we need to change in our code and throughout our entire infrastructure. This is what the industry needs to change. Crypto agility is not just being able to move to a different system, it's also change your code to be parameterized and change over to an algorithm. Because one of the things that we've now known is sticking 30 years to one algorithm will not stick. We're going to move to another one, and probably we'll figure out that that one was broken too. So to conclude, the transition will be probably something like a Y2K effect, and nobody will appreciate what we've done fixing it for many years. So, thank you for taking care of our infrastructure.
Thanks. Just in time. We have time for just one question. Who's the one who's... Yeah, there's one very...
Yeah, an management process, at least this is the happy flow, of course, and ensure that then at least you have the transition in a few years. That's the hope.
Okay, thank you all. Yeah, I will have this concluding mark. Never underestimate key sizes and a bunch of C code.
Or an ambtenaar.
I think Nick wants to say something.
Yeah, just to be clear on the room, which room is which. This is Zaal 2. So not Zaal 1. Zaal 1 is the one on the on the other side of the plenary area, and Zaal 3 is a bit further down. So this is Zaal 2, not Zaal 1.
Okay, thank you. Have a good coffee.
aangelopen. Ja, en dan ga je toch in het begin dan eerst negeer je het. En uiteindelijk kom je erachter van, je ontkomt niet aan systemd. Dus ik ben wat zaken gaan uitzoeken. En uiteindelijk ben ik erachter gekomen dat het best wel veel kan. Vorige conferentie heb ik dan ook over systemd security wat verteld. En deze keer ga ik eigenlijk wat breder vertellen. Ook omdat best wel veel mensen zeiden van, ik kom nu nieuwe commando's tegen die ik eigenlijk nog nooit had gezien. En ik denk, nou, dan heb ik waarschijnlijk nog wel meer commando's. Dus bij deze. Nou, de eerste interessante is de spelling. Systemd is geschreven met kleine lettertjes aan elkaar vast. Maar wisten jullie dat er een alternatieve uitspraak is voor systemd? En dat is systeem of system 500. Schijnbaar is er een mooie branding website van systemd, waarbij dus inderdaad goed benoemd staat welke kleuren je mag gebruiken en wat dus inderdaad de spelling is. Maar mocht je nou je collega's van slag willen brengen, dan hebben we het vandaag dus niet meer over systemd, maar over system 500. Voor de snelheid ga ik vandaag wel gewoon met systemd werken. Nou, wat ik al zei, ik doe dus inderdaad wat onderzoek en dan ga ik dus inderdaad naar de verschillende releases kijken en dan ga ik naar de changelogs kijken. En ik had, omdat ik niet alles kon terugvinden, eigenlijk de toolkit om een aantal zaken gemakkelijker voor elkaar te krijgen. Nou, mount, altijd handig dat we onze filesystems beschikbaar kunnen stellen. Eigenlijk niet zo heel erg spannend. De automount kennen we ook misschien nog wel vanuit de F-stap configuratie en aanvullende tools. Systemd maakt dat eigenlijk gemakkelijker. En daarmee is het wel belangrijk dat de automount unit file dezelfde naam heeft als de mount file, omdat die twee dus in het verlengde van elkaar liggen. Een andere interessante die ik zelf nog wel eens een keer gebruik zijn paths. Daarmee kun je eigenlijk een beetje iNotify-achtig kun je dus paden in de gaten houden. En ik gebruik dat onder andere, dat zie je hier op regel 4, 5, 6 en 4, 5 en 6. Daar zie je dus dat je dus een aantal paden in de gaten houdt. En op het moment dat daar iets in verandert, kun je dus aangeven dat je een unit wil starten. En dat is in dit geval regel 7. Waarbij ik dus zeg van, nou, als bijvoorbeeld een certificaat, waar we het net in de keynote over hebben gehad, als die dus wijzigt, omdat we met Acme tooling dat automatisch doen, dan is het wel zo fijn dat Nginx daar ook van op de hoogte is. Soms hebben bepaalde tools, die hebben natuurlijk een directe integratie met Nginx of een ander stukje software. Maar op deze manier kun je dus ook zelf die controle hebben. In mijn geval, ik gebruik dat dus ook om een virtuele host, als er dus eentje wijzigt, om die dan dus eigenlijk Nginx te vertellen van er is iets gewijzigd en doe die herstart maar. Dan hebben we nog slices. Oscar die noemde net al de C-groups in 2.6 van Linux. En ik meen dat versie 2 kernel 4.5 is, maar misschien dat ik daar nog een correctie krijg. C-groups zijn dus een heel krachtig middel om de middelen van het systeem, om die eigenlijk een beetje te beteugelen. En slices worden dus ook heel veel gebruikt binnen systemd. Waarbij je dus ook veel beter beheer en management krijgt over jouw individuele service units. Waardoor het ook mogelijk is om veel meer gegevens uit te lezen van iedere service unit. Nou, systemctl, onze nieuwe beste vriend, heeft dus heel veel subcommando's en ook nog heel veel vlaggetjes die je nog mee kan geven. Nou, start kennen we allemaal, stop kennen we allemaal, restart kennen we waarschijnlijk ook. Reload, daarmee kunnen we een unit die daarvan op de hoogte is, daarmee kunnen we zeggen van nou, hey, het wordt tijd om je configuratie opnieuw in te lezen. Dus niet iedere unit ondersteunt dat. We kunnen ook proberen om eerst te reloaden en als de unit het niet kent, dat je dan eigenlijk gewoon zegt, nou dan doe maar de harde versie, doe maar gewoon stoppen en weer starten. En daar is ook nog een try voor die dan weer iets vriendelijker is. Dus zo heeft systemd best wel wat ja, wat mogelijkheden. En per service kun je natuurlijk kijken wat het beste werkt. Nou, units kunnen we natuurlijk activeren. Een enable betekent dat die bij het booten dus meekomt. Disabled is het tegenovergestelde. En willen we dat een unit nooit opgestart kan worden, dan gebruiken we mask. En als we dat weer ongedaan willen maken, unmask. Nou, vervolgens hebben we nog wat informatie dus wat we kunnen uitlezen. Laat ik daar ook even wat over zien. Nou, dat is onder andere dus het statuscommando. Deze output hebben we waarschijnlijk allemaal heel vaak gezien. De eerste keer dat ik het zag, dacht ik van, oh, nou, dat is toch wel wat meer dan dat je gewend bent. Een aantal nuttige zaken zijn dus nou ja, de eerste regel is natuurlijk het commando zelf. De tweede is de status eigenlijk al. Het groene bolletje betekent de service is in de lucht en de service vindt dat er niks aan de hand is. Dan zien we loaded. We zien dus waar die de configuratie vandaan heeft gehaald. We zien enabled, dus dat is dus die systemctl enable. Hè, dus hij is geactiveerd om tijdens het booten dus mee te komen. En we zien dat de preset disabled is. Dus de fabrikant of de leverancier van deze service file of van deze unit file heeft gezegd van nee, standaard moet je dat niet doen. En ik heb dus gezegd, jawel, ik wil dat deze graag opkomt tijdens het booten. Hij is dus actief, hij draait 4 dagen geleden. Dan zien we nog een invocation ID. Dat is eigenlijk niks anders dan een uniek nummer tijdens de lifecycle van deze service. Dus op het moment dat ik hem herstart, krijgt hij dus een ander ID. We zien wat documentatie, we zien de proces-ID, geheugen, CPU. Nou, eigenlijk niks spannends, maar toch wel interessante informatie die we voordat we systemd hadden, nou ja, op andere manieren moesten uitvogelen. Nou, dan het laatste stukje is een stukje uit de journal. Dus we zien ook meteen een stukje logging. Kortom, 1 commando kan eigenlijk al best wel heel veel vertellen. Vragen aan het einde. Ook voor jou, ja. Moet streng zijn, Rudy. Het cat-commando. Eigenlijk ook een hele zinvol, omdat je natuurlijk in de statuscommando zag je net al wel het pad. Dus je zou handmatig kunnen even handen, wie heeft ooit een unit van... Oké, de meeste. Dan zal ik er niet te diep op ingaan, maar we zeggen hier dus eigenlijk van wat willen we starten, in welke volgorde willen we dat doen, wat moet er gebeuren als er iets misgaat. Dat is eigenlijk de samenvatting. We kunnen ook dus met deze toolkit beter zien, omdat we dus in deze unit file geven dus die... En daarmee kunnen we eigenlijk een soort van treintje gaan maken. En dan kunnen we ook zeggen van we dus ook zien zaken. Show-commando, bekend bij mensen, gebruikt, al een heel stuk minder. Nou, dit zijn dus die kleine subtiele commando's die binnen systemd en systemctl eigenlijk heel erg waardevol zijn. En ik zou je ook echt willen aanraden om dat thuis te bekijken. Iedere service, CPU-gebruik en andere zaken, bijvoorbeeld van hoeveel bytes heeft met het show-commando weergegeven. En die zijn dus ook heel krachtig voor bijvoorbeeld monitoring systemen. Dat als je dus inderdaad bepaalde zaken wil uitlezen, dan kun je dat eigenlijk direct dus met... Nou, dan komt het wel eens voor dat we natuurlijk zelf als techneuten het beter weten dan diegene die de service file heeft aangeboden. Dus dan gaan we wijzigen. Nou, dan kun je dus inderdaad zeggen, hey, met het statuscommando wist ik wat de originele file was, dus die ga ik een teksteditor wijzigen. Dat is alleen niet de aan te raden methode, want het is beter.
En we gaan nu horen volgens mij over hoe we dat zelf kunnen verbeteren.
Ja, om te beginnen. In 2017 was ik ooit bij een keynote van een James Whittaker. Dat is wel grappig, die vertelt een verhaal. En van die hele conferentie is er maar 1 verhaal waar ik nog steeds de content weet. Die man die kan zo ontzettend goed een verhaal vertellen. Daardoor ben ik dat onthouden. Hij heeft een verhaal verteld, het is een futuroloog. Die vertelt eigenlijk dat onze ontwikkeling in de IT, dat gaat eigenlijk in stapjes van 10 jaar. Dat kan hij heel mooi vertellen. Nou, daar gaat dit verhaal niet over. Maar toen in 2017 gaf hij al aan van de tijd waar we nu in zitten, waar we nu in terechtkomen, is de tijd van de data en van de AI. Nou, daar heeft hij best wel gelijk in gekregen. Daar zitten we dan ook. Maar wat ik vooral ook heb onthouden is van hoe goed hij een verhaal kan vertellen. En daar geeft hij ook les in. Kan je ook terugvinden op YouTube. Heeft hij ook boeken over geschreven. Heb ik gevolgd. En een van de eerste dingen die hij vertelt is, vertel vooral niet iets over jezelf. De meeste mensen gaan iets over zichzelf vertellen. Dat interesseert echt helemaal niemand. Toch ga ik wel heel iets over mezelf vertellen. Maar in dit geval is het niet werkgerelateerd. Dus ik ga niet mijn hele cv vertellen. Dat boeit niemand. Ik ga even iets vertellen over een stukje hobby van mij. Nou ja, hobby, hoe je het ook wil noemen. Ik ben wat ouder intussen. En het leuke van deze tijd is, je kan eigenlijk best wel terug in de tijd. Je kan gewoon terug naar dingen van vroeger en dat kan je allemaal terugvinden. Ik denk, als ik zo rond me heen kijk, zie ik toch wel een gezicht. Ik denk, de meesten dit wel herkennen. En het leuke is van, je kan dus gewoon al die oude series terugvinden. Ook leuk, je kan oude boeken vinden die je vroeger las. Dit is echt een jeugdboek uit mijn tijd en het is gewoon leuk om te lezen van hoe schreef men toen, dat soort dingen. Ook een interessante is Ivans, daar kom ik zo op terug. Waarom Ivans? Ik had het voordeel dat wij gingen ongeveer 4 weken per jaar op zomervakantie. In die tijd mocht ik mijn Commodore 64 niet meenemen op vakantie. Helaas niet, dus wat doe je dan in zo'n vakantie? Dan ga je lezen. Na een paar weken waren al heel snel mijn eigen boeken op. Dus ging ik ook de boeken lezen die mijn ouders meenamen. En een van die series was de Ivans-serie. Nou zijn we hier niet bij Opera's boekclub, maar ik ga toch iets vertellen over Ivans. Ivans was de eerste grote Nederlandse detective-schrijver. Hij heeft geleefd tot ongeveer 1935. Heeft iets van 60 detective-boeken geschreven. En in de jaren 70 zijn er een stuk of 15 van opnieuw uitgegeven. Die zijn toen bewerkt door Edith Visser. En wat deed zij? Zij pakte zijn boeken, herschreef ze met moderne spelling, kortte ze ook wat in, want ze waren wat langdradig volgens hun idee. Maar dat zijn de boeken die toen werden uitgegeven. Dat zijn ook de boekjes die wij toen op vakantie mee hadden. En je ziet hier bovenaan bijvoorbeeld de voorkant van het originele, de man uit Frankrijk. En in de jaren 70 was dat deze. Er is ook heel veel over terug te lezen over deze man. Het leek mij wel leuk om eens even terug te kijken, terug te lezen van dat soort boekjes. En toen viel mij op een gegeven moment op. Hier kon ik niks van terugvinden. Die e-pubs van de jaren 70 zijn niet terug te vinden. Waar ik euro 5 jeugdboeken gewoon terug kon vinden, kon ik niks vinden op het internet op dat gebied. Maar wel, en dat is heel erg leuk, ik kon ze terugvinden bij de Koninklijke Bibliotheek, bij Delver. Delver is de site van de Koninklijke Bibliotheek. Maar dan alleen de originele boeken. Die zijn daar terug te vinden als pdf. Je vindt op die site de pdf's. Nou, daar zie je een paar mooie voorbeelden van hoe ze dat gewoon ingescand hebben. Ze hebben het ook geOCR'd, dus je kan de tekst terugvinden. Nou, daar kan je eigenlijk heel weinig mee, want dat is echt puur tekst, maar die layout is niet echt fijn. Er zitten er ook geen images bij, er zitten allerlei artifacts bij. Dat gaat niet briljant. Je kan dus best leuk die boeken weer gaan lezen, maar dit leest niet echt lekker op je scherm. Je kan het op je e-reader zetten, maar een pdf op een e-reader, zeker omdat de e-readers wat klein zijn, schiet ook niet heel erg op. Dus uiteindelijk had ik zoiets van, ik wil hier eigenlijk gewoon een e-pub van hebben. Dan denk je, we leven in de tijd van AI. Dat moet gewoon kunnen. Het gaat over taalmodellen. Die moeten dat gewoon kunnen omzetten. Ik moet toch gewoon zo'n pdf aan hem kunnen geven uit ChatGPT. Zet dat even voor mij om. Wil je dat eventjes moderniseren? De plaatje is trouwens echt. Er heeft iemand daadwerkelijk ChatGPT aangesloten op zijn Commodore 64. Het schijnt 45 minuten te duren voordat hij een regeltje produceert. Maar het werkt wel. Maar dat heb ik dus gedaan. Ik vroeg aan ChatGPT, zou je dat kunnen? Dat vond hij natuurlijk een heel goed idee voor mij. Omdat ik geen betaalde account heb, dacht ik, nou, ik ga eerst maar eens even iets van 10 bladzijden van maken. Dus ik heb een boekje gepakt die ik gedownload had. Ik heb er een test pdf van gemaakt van 10 pagina's. En ik heb hem aan ChatGPT gegeven. Dat liep niet heel erg lekker. sterker nog, hoe meer die probeerde er iets van te maken, hoe erger het werd. Dit is zo'n beetje het laatste stukje. Dit was het formaat wat er uiteindelijk uitkwam. Zover is dus ChatGPT nog niet dat hij kan zeggen van, dit kan ik. Maar ChatGPT had me wel het een en ander geleerd. Want hij zei van, ik kan het voor je doen. Dat is niet waar. Maar hij gaf ook aan hoe ik het zelf kan doen. Wat voor tooling je daarvoor kan gebruiken, hoe je dat kan gaan doen. De eerste stap die we deden is, nou, ik denk dat de meeste mensen deze tool wel kennen, Pandoc. Daar kwam ik niet lekker mee uit weg. Ook niet samen met Chat. Een van de redenen was dat de boeken die ik ingescand had, zaten heel veel van dit soort streepjes in. Ja, dan ziet Pandoc dat weer als YAML. Dat schoot niet op. Het werkte niet echt lekker. Toen kwam ik toevallig deze tegen, via Mastodon, van iemand die waarschijnlijk iedereen wel kent. NLUUG, dat is een tool die dat kan. Die kan je PDF omzetten in allerlei formaten. Doet het al een heel stuk beter. Die doet ook al een heel stuk beter wat, met name die end of lines. Want als je een normale PDF omzet, dan maak je er allemaal losse regeltjes van. Dat is voor je EPUB helemaal niet fijn, want dat moet je allemaal zitten corrigeren. NLUUG deed het al best wel aardig. Heeft een paar voordelen, het is echt open source. Maar wat wel op een gegeven moment opviel, er kwamen heel veel Chinese karakters in terug. Wel deed hij dat overigens met vrij weinig hardware requirements. Het ging best wel goed met deze tool. Maar uiteindelijk, het formaat wat hij van maakt, want uiteindelijk als je dit een EPUB wil maken, dan maak je er meestal eerst een markdown van. Die kan je weer heel goed omzetten in EPUB. Dat zag er wel aardig uit, maar die moet nog wel heel veel handmatig werk doen om dat een beetje op te ruimen. Hoe ik deze gevonden heb, weet ik niet meer. Maar uiteindelijk kwam ik deze tool tegen. Marker, dat is een ander stuk. Dit is gebaseerd op PyTorch als basis voor je AI. Daar heb ik eerst even diezelfde test pdfje weer erheen gehaald. En dat ging echt al een heel stuk beter. Hier had ik iets wat mee kon doen. Het duurde wel vrij lang voordat je dat omzet. Maar dit zet het om in iets waar in ieder geval die zaken als die end of lines gewoon veel beter geregeld waren. Dus ik denk, oké, dit wordt interessant. Ik ga het boek omzetten. Toen crashte mijn computer. Nou, toen dacht ik, oké, uiteindelijk goed uitgezocht. Het zat echt puur in het geheugengebruik. Ik heb een redelijk stevige computer, maar gebruikt gewoon ontzettend veel geheugen, zoiets. Toen had ik zoiets van, oké, dan ga ik wel even een frameworkje maken om te zeggen van, doe dat dan maar even per pagina en aan het eind plak het weer aan elkaar. Overigens, wat ik nog bijna vergat, dit werkt dus helemaal op je eigen computer, marker. Maar die kan optioneel met een LLM ook nog communiceren. Die kan je toevoegen, je zegt van, stuur het ook nog even door een LLM heen. Ik heb dat getest, dat maakte voor wat ik aan het doen was eigenlijk heel weinig uit. Waar het wel voor uitmaakt is als je met tabellen et cetera werkt, dan schijnt hij daar nog wat meer mee te kunnen doen. In dit geval heb ik het uitgezet, voor mij maakt het niet heel veel uit. Dus ik heb een frameworkje gemaakt in Bash. Waarom Bash? Nou ja, dat is ongeveer het enige wat kan. Ooit een beetje mijn leeftijd, denk ik. Plus ik heb een ander hobbyprojectje. Een klein frameworkje waarmee je zelf ISO's kan maken. Dus je eigen bootable CD kan maken. Maar het werkt ook gewoon goed. En ik heb er dus best wel veel ervaring in. Dus ik ga het zelf doen. Toen dacht ik, oké, waarom zou ik dat nog doen? We hebben tegenwoordig ChatGPT. Doe dat even voor mij. Het is best bijzonder. Dat deed hij gewoon in één keer goed. Hij heeft gewoon in één keer een frameworkje van gemaakt. Wrap een scriptje eromheen. Die zegt van oké, ik ga je boek opdelen in zoveel pdf'jes. Kan je aangeven van 1 pagina, 4 pagina's, wat je wil. Maak er allemaal markdown van. Plakt het aan het eind weer aan elkaar. En dan heb je 1 markdown waar alles in zit. Dat ging goed. Maar dat kost best wel heel veel tijd. Nou is het PyTorch, is AI, dan denk je oké, ga ik eens even kijken of ik iets met een GPU kan. Helaas heb ik niet heel veel meer dan een hele oude GPU, maar ik dacht, laten we dat toch eens even gaan testen. Het ding heeft maar 4 gigabyte. Dat betekende dus wel dat ik met dat frameworkje ervoor moest zorgen dat het opgedeeld werd in heel veel pagina's. Want hij kon maar heel weinig pagina's per keer doen. Maar uiteindelijk dacht ik, laat ik toch eens kijken of dat werkt. Nou, dat heb ik getest en ik heb het ook getest met de CPU om eens even te kijken van wat is het verschil. En dat ging eigenlijk verdacht goed. Dat ding is 10 jaar oud. En toch was het echt beduidend sneller dan een moderne Ryzen CPU. En hij gebruikte ook duidelijk ook wat minder energie. Dit is zeker geen wetenschappelijke test. Ik heb er een energiemeter aan mijn computer gehangen. Gewoon even te kijken van hoe lang doet hij erover, wat gebruikt hij dan. Ja, met GPU gebruikt hij iets meer stroom, maar hij gaat ook wel zoveel sneller dat als je het uitrekent, is dit toch net even iets gunstiger. Hoe werkt dat dan uiteindelijk als je dit wil doen? Voor de Python-kennis denk ik bekende kost. Maak eerst even een virtual environment aan om het in te draaien, anders wordt je systeem nogal vervuild. Dan installeer je PyTorch. Kies even de juiste variant. Als je een NVIDIA hebt, dan kies je NVIDIA natuurlijk en anders AMD. Of CPU. Hij kan ook nog volledig op CPU draaien. Dan marker installeren. Een frameworkje dat eigenlijk ChatGPT heeft gemaakt, maar goed, ik doe even alsof ik het heb gedaan. Kan je even klonen van wat ik op GitLab heb gezet, wrapper script draaien en dan draait hij dat. En voor de Gen Z generatie heb ik hier een QR-code erbij gezet om dat te downloaden. Wat doet hij dan? Dan maakt hij daar een markdown van. Dat is nog geen EPUB. Waarom? Dat is eigenlijk best wel een perfect tussenformaat. Het grote voordeel daarvan is, hij kan al heel veel omzetten, maar je zal zien dat er nog best wel veel handwerk is om het om te zetten, om het schoon te maken. Het is vrij schoon en aan het eind kan je het goed omzetten. Het voordeel van Markdown is ook, daar is natuurlijk ontzettend veel aan tooling voor beschikbaar. De meeste mensen kennen het prima, dus je kan eigenlijk gewoon je eigen tooling gebruiken die je bekend mee bent. Het nadeel is wel van Markdown, vind ik zelf wel een beetje, er zijn best wel veel dialecten. Maar in de praktijk heb je daar niet echt last van. Een ander voordeel van het tussenformaat Markdown is van, oké, uiteindelijk kan ik daar ook nog meer mee doen dan een EPUB van maken. Ik kan er audio van maken. Ik kan er eventueel zelfs ook nog een print van maken, als je zou willen. En het is ook wat, als je dat op die manier opslaat, is het wat meer future-proof. Je kan uiteindelijk, omdat het echt data is, een stuk meer mee. Plus dat maakt het ook een stuk makkelijker als je zegt van, oké, ik heb het nu het document wat schoner gemaakt. Ik heb heel veel spelling aangepast. Ik heb het netjes gemaakt. Ik heb de troep eruit gehaald. Als ik zou willen samenwerken met iemand anders, ik gooi het gewoon in GitLab. En dat is natuurlijk een stuk makkelijker, omdat GitLab dat formaat natuurlijk ook fantastisch kent, om met andere mensen te gaan samenwerken. Het schoonmaken is helaas nog best wel veel handwerk. Het valt intussen best mee, maar de tooling maakt het natuurlijk tegenwoordig een stuk makkelijker. Het eerste wat je even moet doen is, ik heb er een stukje lijntekst ingeplakt. Op het moment dat hij al die markdowns aan elkaar plakt, krijg je gewoon bij elke bladzijde dus weer dat je even moet zeggen van oké, ik moet die regel weer aan elkaar plakken. Nou, het frameworkje zet er gewoon een stukje standaardtekst in, zoek en vervang. En dan plak je dat op die manier automatisch aan elkaar. Ook lege plaatjes. Plaatjes gaan ook netjes mee als je dat doet. Maar dan zal je ook gewoon zien dat bepaalde lege bladzijden gewoon als plaatjes zijn toegevoegd. Gooi er even uit. Dat kleine stukje regex wat ik in Visual Studio Code draai, is heel erg makkelijk om te zoeken naar regels die beginnen met geen hoofdletter. Dan heeft hij toch net niet goed aan elkaar geplakt. Op die manier kan je er gewoon even heel snel doorheen gaan. En daarna is het een stukje van de scripts draaien. Ik heb daarna nog wat scripts gemaakt om het te verbeteren. Maar ja, nog één kleine opmerking is dat uiteindelijk in die originele van Ivans zie je heel vaak dit soort sterretjes terugkomen. Ik vond het leuk om die terug te laten komen in de EPUB. Dan plak je een klein stukje HTML bij. Een beetje creatief, maar het werkt. Ivans is echt nog van de oude spelling. En sinds ik dit aan het doen ben, weet ik dat de Vries en de Winkel spelling is. Zo wordt dat meestal genoemd. Het is wel grappig als je het omzet in de oude spelling. Als je dat gaat lezen, mijn ervaring is, doe dat 2 of 3 bladzijden. En op een gegeven moment wen je eraan. Eigenlijk wen je heel snel daaraan en ga je dat gewoon op die manier ook kunnen lezen. Ondanks dat dat gewoon de ouderwetse spelling is. Toch dacht ik van, ik ga eens even kijken van, kan ik dit omzetten? Ik dacht, taal, dat moet zo'n large language model kunnen. Nou, dat kon hij niet en dat zei hij ook. Dat was dan wel weer een verbetering. Hij wist van, oké, dit kan ik niet. Toch heb ik samen met ChatGPT wat tooling gemaakt om daar toch een groot gedeelte van te kunnen omzetten. Dus zeker niet perfect, maar daar kunnen we wel wat mee. En die zit ook in die repository. Waar krijg je dan mee te maken met zaken als... Ik wil iets maken om dingen automatisch om te zetten, maar dat is helemaal niet zo super makkelijk. Je hebt bijvoorbeeld de vraag van den. Je ziet heel vaak den staan. Ja, zoeken, vervangen, den, dat is leuk. Maar als er nou toevallig de boom den tussen staat, dan gaat dat mis. Samen met de chat hebben we toch wat trucjes verzonnen om dat om te zetten. Dat hij gewoon weet van, oké, dit is een lidwoord. Pas je dat netjes op. En er zijn nog een aantal zaken om dat te doen. Een ander ding is, hij kent geen oude woordenlijst. Maar hij kent wel, althans, er is gewoon een moderne woordenlijst. Je kan bij open taal kan je de moderne woordenlijst downloaden. Dus ik heb wat stuk logica gemaakt. Overigens, op dit moment moesten we over op Python. Omdat dit te complex was om met Bash te doen. Nou kan ik niet programmeren. Ik ben maar een IT-architect. Dus ik weet net genoeg van programmeren om gevaarlijk te zijn. Dus ik heb dan ChatGPT gevraagd. En die heeft dat bijzonder goed overigens in 1 keer gedaan. Die maakte dus een stuk Python-code die op basis van deze logica daar toch wat van maakt. Het eerste wat hij doet met het document, wat je overigens doet nadat je het document al hebt schoongemaakt, de meeste dingen eruit gehaald, nog met de oude spelling, scan voor woorden die niet in de officiële lijst staan. Vervolgens krijg je dan een lijst met verdachte woorden. Dan mag je zelf even doorheen gaan. Dat is een tab delimited file, waarbij je dus het verdachte woord hebt en daarachter het goede woord. Met een scriptje dat erbij zit, voeg je dat gewoon toe aan de master file list. Dan krijg je een steeds grotere woordenlijst van dit is de oude spelling, dit is de nieuwe spelling. En aan het eind is een script, zeg, pas het nu toe en dan zet je dat om. Overigens is dat stukje script dat den omvangt, is al ongeveer het meeste werk van het hele verhaal. Dit zet al het meeste om. De grap is ook dat hoe meer van die boeken ik omzet, of andere mensen, hoe groter die master woordenlijst natuurlijk wordt. Dus hoe minder te vervangen moet worden, hoe verder ik kom. Dan is het toch nog best aardig wat meer wat je moet doen met de hand om het om te zetten. Een aantal trucs die ik toepas. Dit is echt nog handwerk, maar dat gaat gewoon goed met de standaard tooling. Tactisch find and replace toepassen. Zorg wel even dat het case sensitive is voordat je dingen fout maakt. Let erop dat je zegt, oké, als bij het zoeken en vervangen zet ik even een spatie voor het woord. Dan weet ik zeker dat als het tweede deel van het woord is, niet meegepakt wordt. Als ik wat tegenkom wat ik met de scripts niet heb gezet, voeg ik het ook gewoon even met de hand toe. Zoeken naar rare karakters helpt ook best wel. Een beetje mee uitkijken. Deze kwam ik ook heel vaak tegen. OCR ziet heel vaak, omdat wij in Nederland zetten we IE achter elkaar, of IJ. OCR maakt dat nog wel eens, die denkt van, dat is IE, terwijl het JE moet zijn. Ik heb het even gecontroleerd in de originele, het moet echt JE zijn. Dus dat is even zoeken, zoek gewoon naar IE, dan zie je heel vaak van dit soort woorden terugkomen. Het is even werk. En dan, als je toch met VS Code gebruikt, kan je dan ook op een goede inhoud toevoegen. Een ander stukje wat ik ook wel heb geleerd. Daarvoor was ik niet zo super thuis in VS Code. Nou, als je dit een tijdje gebruikt, dan moet je wel. En dan leer je onder andere de settings aanpassen. De tabs, die moeten even aangepast worden. Vervolgens kreeg ik ook nog met dat ding regelmatig niet lekker meer werkte. Even de cache leeggooien, dan werkt het weer. Dan komen we bij copyrights. De auteur is meer dan 70 jaar geleden overleden. Als je naar het auteursrecht kijkt, betekent dat het in het publiek domein valt. Ga ik dan naar Delver, dan staat er kunnen hier nog copyrights op zitten. Delver zegt standaard, 140 jaar nadat iemand is overleden, mag je het vrij gebruiken. Wijkt af van het auteursrecht. Maar waarom doen ze dat? Gewoon om aan de veiligheid. 140 jaar na de publicatie. Daar zitten ze aan de veilige kant. Zij kunnen gewoon niet van alle auteurs weten hoe dat precies zit. Illustraties maakt ook een probleem. Ik heb met ze gemaild. Kan ik dit onder het publiek domein vrijgeven? Het leuke is dat zij heel leuk gereageerd hebben. Ze hebben echt gewoon vrij snel gereageerd. Heel inhoudelijk. Ze hebben heel veel onderzoek gedaan. En het dilemma is, de boeken bevatten ook illustraties. Die illustraties, daar zit ook auteursrecht op. En zij zeggen van, ja, van sommige weten we wie de maker daarvan is. Als die lang genoeg is overleden, mag je het wel met illustraties uitbrengen. Zo niet, dan gaat dat niet. Dat is een beetje twijfelachtig. Ik heb het nagezocht, maar ja, ik ben geen jurist. Officieel zegt het auteursrecht, als het niet bekend is van de illustratie, wie die illustraties heeft gemaakt, dan geldt de publicatiedatum. Maar ja, je moet dan wel echt wel heel serieus onderzoek hebben gedaan van, is niet echt bekend wie die illustraties heeft gemaakt. Dus eigenlijk was de conclusie, nee, het mag niet. Maar ze kwam met een voorbeeld waar wel degene bekend was die dat had gemaakt. Die was wel lang genoeg overleden. Die mocht ik dat wel doen. Toen heb ik nog gecheckt van, mag ik ze dan zonder illustraties uitbrengen? Dat was, nou ja, zoals een jurist die zal nooit zeggen, ja dat mag. Maar waarschijnlijk wel. Het was ook wel een beetje, het is je eigen risico.
Zult u uw held later weer levend laten worden? Dit schijnt voor vele mijner lezers een kardinaalpunt te zijn. En zij wijzen dan op Sherlock Holmes, die eerst in de watermassa's van de Reichenbach de dood gevonden had, maar later weer voor de dag kwam. Tot mijn leedwezen zal iets dergelijks met Geoffrey Gill niet geschieden. Hij is, helaas, gestorven en geen macht ter wereld geeft hem het leven terug. Hoe vanzelfsprekend dit antwoord op de mij gestelde vraag ook zijn mogen, ik ben er mij van bewust dat het bij sommigen enige teleurstelling wekken zal. Want de belangstelling voor GG's leven en werken is bij sommige lezers dermate gewekt dat zij zich moeilijk met het denkbeeld verenigen kunnen nooit meer iets van hem te zullen horen.
Dit is het leuke van dat je het omzet in Markdown. Je krijgt gewoon meer mogelijkheden. Je kan het gewoon tegenwoordig omzetten in audioboeken. Dus niet alleen voor EPUBs is het interessant. Ik heb het nu even heel gemakkelijk gemaakt. Ik heb een dienst van het internet gebruikt. Het is leuk om er nog eens wat verder op in te duiken. Wat ik even vergat te vertellen bij het stuk over Evans is, zijn bekende serie is de Geoffrey Gill-serie, wat in feite een soort Sherlock Holmes-achtig iets is. Het is een Engelse detective met een soort Watson-achtige persoon erbij. En dat is een Nederlandse advocaat. Dus vandaar dat hij hierop op begon. Wat heb ik gebruikt voor deze spullen? VS Codium. Dat is de variant van VS Code die niks naar Microsoft toestuurt. Ghostwriter is vrij handig om Markdown en spellingcheck te doen. Dat werkte iets beter dan de andere toolings die je daarvoor had natuurlijk. GitLab. Glow heb ik laatst ontdekt. Het is een hele leuke tool op de command line om met Markdown om te gaan. Dit is eigenlijk een Markdown file verkenner, zeg maar. En die kan dan ook veel beter, zeg maar, Markdowns openen. Natuurlijk gebruik ik ook GIMP om de plaatjes als het nodig is even wat te veranderen. Hoofdtool is dus Datalab Marker. Dat is de tool die ik gebruik voor het echte omzetten. Dus dat is het automatisch stuk. En het omzetten van Markdown naar EPUB kan met Pandoc natuurlijk. Ik vond het ietsje makkelijker met Calibre. Die doet het behoorlijk goed om dit om te zetten. Het leuke van Calibre is ook dat je dat eventueel ook met een command line kan doen. Dus als ik het ooit nog eens een keer verder afrond, dat het netjes in een pipeline stopt, dan kan dat ook nog. Dan hoef ik dat niet iedere keer met de hand te doen. Als laatste stuk, dit kon ik downloaden bij de bibliotheek. Daar is niet alles te vinden. Stel nu dat ik op een gegeven moment de ontbrekende boeken ergens op de tweedehandsmarkt vind. Ze zijn nog wel eens te vinden. dan kan je gaan scannen. Nou, mijn eerste reactie was van, dan zal ik wel een flatbed scanner nodig hebben. Toen nog eens even wat verder gekeken van, hoe doen ze dat tegenwoordig? Nou, dat doen ze echt niet op die manier. Daar gebruiken ze dit soort tools, scanners voor. Die zijn trouwens niet eens zo heel duur. Alleen als je dit ziet, dan denk je van, eigenlijk is dit een webcam op een stokkie. Dit zou ik toch met de hand moeten kunnen doen. Of met een oude telefoon. Dit klinkt als een heel leuk doe-het-zelf projectje voor de toekomst. Ja, samengevat. AI. De ene persoon, iedereen heeft er wel een mening over. Dat varieert van mensen die denken dat het een hallucinerende papegaai is, tot mensen die denken dat over 10 jaar hoef ik helemaal niks meer te doen, kan ik de hele dag Netflix kijken. Ik zit er heel erg tussenin. Ik denk wel, voor dit doel is AI best wel interessant. Dit gaat gewoon goed. Het risico van dat er wat misgaat is natuurlijk een stuk minder. Het is geen mission critical spul. Als je kijkt naar de tooling die ik heb gemaakt, het is echt vibe code. Ik denk dat een beetje goede programmeur dat ook wel zeggen van, nou, er is nog echt wel wat op aan te merken. Dus ja, is dit nou iets om te zeggen met z'n allen van, daar moeten we mee verder gaan. Het is vooral leuk om te kijken van, hoe ver kom je er intussen mee. Als ik er verder mee zou willen gaan, dan zou ik inderdaad wat goede pipelines moeten maken. Omzetten kan, het is nog niet echt gebruiksvriendelijk. Je moet echt wel even induiken. Een ander ding dat mij op een gegeven moment wel duidelijk werd van, ook bij Delver kom je gewoon boekjes tegen van hoe je de oude spelling moet omzetten in de nieuwe spelling. 1946 is die omzetting geweest. Er zijn allerlei boekjes over geschreven. Die trucjes die ik nu toepas, ik denk dat iemand die verstand heeft van data science best wel bijvoorbeeld met zo'n boekje een heel stuk verder kan gaan en zeggen van, we kunnen trainen dat LLM's dat wel kunnen.
Want de belangstelling voor GG's leven en werken is bij sommige lezers dermate gewekt dat zij zich moeilijk met het denkbeeld verenigen kunnen nooit meer iets van hem te zullen horen.
Ja. Laatste slide dan. Laatste gedachte erover. Als je dit een tijdje hebt gedaan, het belangrijkste is dat ik een heel stuk respect heb gekregen voor die mevrouw Edith Visser, die dat in de jaren 70 helemaal omzet. Ik denk dat hij nog met een typemachine alles heeft moeten doen. Als je ziet wat we nu aan tooling ter beschikking hebben, al is het maar gewoon de teksteditor. Dit is wel waarschijnlijk het laatste jaar dat het oude ding van mij het nog doet. Toen ik ermee begon, kon ik 4 pagina's omzetten. Na wat updates van Marker kan ik nog maar 1 pagina per keer omzetten. Dus dat ding is nu echt wel op. De software is gratis totdat je een jaaromzet van 2 miljoen hebt. Maakt voor mij niet uit. Maar ja, het is natuurlijk niet free as in, zoals we dat het liefst hebben. Voor mij is het ook wel interessant om eens wat verder te gaan kijken naar speech-to-text. Het is best wel ver hoe we komen. Ik denk dat als je gewoon over een paar jaar kijkt, als je ziet hoe hard het nu gaat met AI, dat heel veel van die dingen die ik nu even met de hand heb zitten rommelen, zoveel verder zijn dat het allemaal niet meer nodig is. Dus dat is best wel promising waar het naartoe gaat en wat we met die grote hoeveelheid aan boeken die gewoon beschikbaar zijn, die gewoon te downloaden zijn, wat je daar straks nog meer mee kan. En voor de liefhebbers, ik heb nu 2 boeken dus op livre.nl gezet. 1 waar ik de plaatjes heb uitgelaten vanwege de auteursrechten. De andere waarvan ik wist dat die plaatjes dus inderdaad ook auteursrechtvrij waren. Leuk om eens te kijken van oké, wat is het resultaat dan? Dus als laatste gedachte van, ik ben benieuwd hoe het er over een poosje uitziet.
Dankjewel. Ja, dankjewel. We hebben nog goed tijd voor vragen, dus...
Dankjewel. Dankjewel voor je presentatie. Ik zat me een paar dingen af te vragen. Ken jij standaard ebooks.org al?
Nee, die ken ik niet.
Misschien is het interessant om met hun eens contact op te nemen. Want zij doen voor het Engelstalige met name boeken die buiten het Amerikaanse auteursrechtbescherming vallen. Dus dat zijn allemaal publiek domeinboeken. Misschien dat daar notities te vergelijken zijn.
Ja.
En de andere is dat ik aan zat te denken aan Archive. Internet Archive heeft nu een vestiging in Nederland, in Amsterdam. En misschien is het, want zij hebben zo'n webcam op een stokje. Dus misschien is het leuk om daar een keertje naartoe te gaan. Om te kijken of je daar gebruik van kan maken.
Goed idee, dankjewel.
Ja, ik vroeg me af, hoeveel tijd kost het nou om één zo'n boek te moderniseren? En een tweede vraag, je zet het om naar moderne spelling, maar de taal van de zin is natuurlijk nog steeds heel archaïs. Ik vroeg me af of je daar ook ideeën over hebt.
Ja, hoeveel tijd het kost? Het automatische gedeelte, echt zeg maar dat hij de PDF omzet naar Markdown, dat duurt op dat oude gebakje 5 uur zo'n beetje. Dus dat is best lang, heeft hij echt wel veel tijd voor nodig. Hij is ook een stuk trager geworden, met allerlei updates werden steeds trager. Het echte werk voor mij, want dat doet hij gewoon terwijl ik wat anders aan het doen ben. Het echte werk voor mij is ongeveer 5, 6 uur. En dan weet ik ook, daar zitten echt nog fouten in. Want ik ben niet echt een perfectionist, dus dat ga je nog wel wat vinden. Dus nou, vergelijk dat met hoe dat in de jaren 70 moet zijn geweest, is het al een heel ander verhaal. Maar dat is het tweede deel van je vraag ook weer. De taal, ja, dat is wel interessant. Wat ik leuk vind aan die boeken, is dat je een beetje teruggaat naar de tijd. Het is ook een Nederlandse schrijver, dus je gaat ook naar Nederland uit die tijd. En omdat het door iemand in die tijd is geschreven, zitten er ook geen foutjes in. Als je nu een boek zou hebben van iemand die nu een boek schrijft over die tijd, zal hij ongetwijfeld iets aan fouten hebben gemaakt. En weet je ook niet hoe zij toen dachten, hoe zij toen leefden. En ik vind het leuk om dat nog te ervaren, zeg maar. Het is één boek, dan speelt zich af in Hongarije, net na de Eerste Wereldoorlog. Dan zie je hoe ze toen bezig waren met bolsjewisme en dat soort zaken. Hoe zij toen over dingen dachten, hoe ze toen over terreur dachten. Ja, dat klopt. Maar voor mij is het dus ook leuk om dat ook in die oude taal te lezen. Voor mijn gevoel ga je dan meer terug naar de tijd. Dus ik heb heel bewust niet echt ingedoken om te kijken van kan ik het taalgebruik ook veranderen. Want dat zou je inderdaad ook nog kunnen doen. Maar voor mij zijn de boeken leuker om zeg maar, net alsof je een A&P-stem hoort. En dan ga je ook weer terug in de tijd van... ik vraag me ook wel eens hoe iemand dat destijds deed, maar goed, dat... ja.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I'm mostly interested in the OCI part. Did you ever compare it with something like Abbey Recognition Server on how well it compares with the output and error rate, etc.?
No, I've only tested this with the software that I accidentally found. And I compared it with what the library does itself. And the biggest differences are indeed the fact that the OCR in this case is much better in making sure that it doesn't cut off the line just because the book cuts it off at that line, because you don't want that.
The thing is, all texts have odd characters, and I have tons of ebooks with mathematical calculations in there, so I don't know how well it will actually...
I don't know how it compares, but this is according to their website, exactly the reason why it can be combined with an LLM. You can start up this program and say, okay, send it also to, for instance, they use by default Google, but you can choose any LLM that you want, also locally hosted. And the LLMs are used exactly for things like mathematical formulas, tables, etc., to recognize that a bit better. So how it compares, I don't know. They claim that this is what they're working on. But I think these are some tools that I just accidentally found. I think if you look further, there's a lot going on in this world because this. Yeah. I could try that as well. Yeah. Good point.
Okay, we hebben nog eventueel ruimte voor 2, 3 vragen, als er nog meer zijn. Dan Nogmaals bedankt voor je mooie presentatie.
Graag gedaan.
En gaan we door naar de lunch.
So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin.
So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. The state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin. A hurting hand is just connected to a hurting soul. It's not your fault if you're a hurting heart. Sometimes it happens, but the more you know.
So I think you got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. So I think you got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. Anyway, 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 anyway,
A hurting hand is just connected to a hurting soul. It's not your fault if you're a hurting heart. Sometimes it happens, but the more you know.
check. So I think you got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. So I think you got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. The state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin.
I would say I like summer, or you prefer December. Ready for these workforce? Can we call it our treasure? Oh, you protect me from the cold.
Yes. Oké, welkom allemaal. Do we have English speakers or non-Dutch speakers? I mean, one. Okay, so then it will be in English, I suppose.
You should feel very honored.
So,
yeah, my laptop is still booting.
It's still booting.
It's
okay,
now,
so
yeah,
I
it's
still
now
have
coming up.
a little bit of time. But I will try to keep it short.
This is not mine.
Erik Mols.
Mols. Yeah.
Works for or has the OSC.
So I am the CEO of Open Source Science, which is an educational institute focusing on open source technologies. I will tell later more about that in my presentation, but we are all here for Lomeri. And
That's right.
Try to answer the question what Lomeri really is. So,
and if you have questions, please signal to me, then I will come over with a microphone for the recording and the people back home. And without further ado, Erik, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, I am Erik Mos, CEO of Open Source Science, which is an educational institute currently located in Breda in the Netherlands, but we are moving very soon to Tilburg. That's also in the Netherlands, right? And we are an educational institute. One of the projects we support, we actively support, and that's why most of you are here, is the Lomeri project. So I want to talk first about the Lomeri project, and then later on, at the end of my talk, I will explain a little bit what Open Source Science does with it. This was a major achievement that we, I think, acquired last April. Lomeri available in Debian. So, but still no clue what's Lomeri then. So it's Lomeri is a child of Canonical, previously known as Unity 8, and later, while Canonical said we don't have time or money to develop it any further, it was abandoned. And the project was picked up by the UbiPorts community, which is a foundation located in Berlin, but it's all around the world. Primarily, Lomeri was used for the Ubuntu Touch operating system, which is a Linux operating system for mobile phones, both Android-based or even native-based, like some Pine phone, for example, that hasn't got a Helium layer. Originally, so Lomeri as part of the Ubuntu Touch operating system. But Lomeri is not an operating system. Lomeri is what we used to call a desktop environment, but the names are shifting for that. Sometimes people are telling it's an operating environment because it's more than only a desktop environment, but that's what Lomeri is. And Lomeri is a convergent desktop environment. Now, I don't know if anybody of you has an idea what we mean by convergence. You have an idea, yeah? Anybody of you who has experienced with, for example, something like Samsung DeX, with Android? Yeah, that works like, the problem with the DeX is that if you connect your Android phone to a DeX, and then you have this big screen, and you open the app, then you see a nice small app. And that's because the DeX is not convergent. So with Lomeri, what you will see is that if the app is proper programmed, of course, if the programmer has done the shitty work, it still can't be convergent. But if it's properly convergent programmed, then the app will automatically adapt itself to the environment where it's on. So that means that if you have, for example, an email client like Deco, which is available on Ubuntu Touch, and you connect your device to a big screen with a keyboard and a mouse, then the app will automatically adapt itself to the environment. So that's what Lomeri is. It's a convergent desktop environment. So here's a bit what I already told. It's one operating environment for all your devices, and that's also why I say one Lomeri to rule all. It's of course a pun towards Lord of the Rings. When I thought about that sentence, it wasn't meant evil, because that one ring to rule all is a bit evil, of course, and that's Lomeri is not meant as such. It's fully free and open source. It's community-driven development, but financially backed. That means currently, I think we have about 6 full-time programmers working paid on the Lomeri environment. And yeah, it's not enough. We need more programmers. Who is paying them? That's my business partner who wants to be anonymous in this. Yeah. But yeah, so that's going on. We still need more volunteers. That's also why Open Source Science comes into the picture later, because we train students to work on the Lomeri project. Yeah, this picture, Ubuntu Touch, the operating system with Lomeri as the desktop environment. So currently now, Lomeri is available on Ubuntu, Ubuntu Touch. It's available on Debian Trixie, if you know that. It's available on Arch Linux. And we know there is a group in Fedora who are also busy with integrating Lomeri as an option. And I believe that Debian will start in the next full lifetime supported version. Then Lomeri will be part of it. So that will take about, I think, still more than a year. But the Trixie is, of course, a testing environment where you can play already with it. So it's a choice which is available. But in any Debian-like environment down the stream, you can manage to install Lomeri. And normally that goes good. Yeah, yeah. It didn't work on my RISC-V machine. That we crashed with Lomeri, but yeah, I should have known better. Okay, so Lomeri versus Ubuntu Touch. Lomeri is developed by the UbiPorts community. It's part of Ubuntu Touch, but it's also part of Debian. So it's more than, and that's often difficult to explain to people not known to the Linux world, that we built on the shoulders of giants and that you can exchange stuff with each other, but that's basically what it is. Lomeri can be used on other Linux distros too. Okay, so it's upstream, it's tightly attached to Ubuntu Touch. We have it also now in Debian. There is a difference between the Lomeri on Ubuntu Touch and the Lomeri we use on Debian, and that's because we use a different Qt-mir version, meaning that on Debian we are more progressive than we are on Ubuntu Touch. But eventually, because Ubuntu Touch is also downstream from Debian, it will get eventually the same version. Okay, and yeah, like I said, we are dwarfs standing on the shoulders of giants. That's what we do, and sometimes we notice that some people in the open source community have troubles with understanding the concept, and that people get protective. And that's what we notice in the UbiPorts community, that some people think, oh, but Lomeri, that's ours. It should only be available for Ubuntu Touch and not for the other Linux distros. What now if Mobian OS or another phone operating system will start using Lomeri, then we are not unique anymore. That reminds me of something I experienced, I don't know how long it's ago, maybe 25 years or so. The first time that we had the Debian community, somebody introduced a graphical user interface installer. And then the Debian community said, well, we don't want that because then everybody can install Debian. That shouldn't be, it's ours. It's a nerd tool. It's not for the common people. Come on, they can use their Windows if they want. So Lomiri for Debian, we have already covered most of these goals. We have shown that it works. If somebody has later on today has time and says, Eric, show me something, I have a tablet with me running Debian 13 with Lomiri on it. We are ready to package it to other distributions. We will start shipping Lomiri with the latest MIR. So then if you use an operating environment or an operating system which uses MIR, Lomiri should be part of it. And the next goal now in Debian is to introduce it or to incorporate it in Skoll Linux. Don't know if you know that one, but that's a specified Debian distro for schools. And eventually also in enterprise Linux. We still have some stabilization issues. One of the major issues we have is the detachment from the UbiPorts community and from the Ubuntu Touch development, because let's try to explain one or two of the issues we have. So we have a problem. There is an Ubuntu Touch, there is a Lomiri error, and now the programmers in the community, they fix it, and there's a solution written for it, and now it works again. And then there was a problem. So we have in Lomiri, we have if you open a new application, not on the phone but on a full screen, then the new screen is for 75% outside of your screen. So it's very obnoxious, you have to drag it in. In Ubuntu Touch, they had solved this problem. So then we thought, okay, they solved it. So now we port Lomiri to Debian, and then this problem is solved. And then when we started an app on Debian with Lomiri, again, the same problem was there. So then we dove into it and we discovered they didn't solve the problem on Lomiri, they solved the problem one layer higher on Ubuntu Touch. So they made a workaround in Ubuntu Touch to solve the Lomiri problem. And so that kind of stuff we have to find out how we create better solutions for that. So we need support, we need more people for the Lomiri community to develop, not only develop Lomiri, but also work on documentation and give presentations like this and talk to people and show what Lomiri can do. So there are a lot of achievements already done. A lot of code is prepared. I will look at my timer. Timer was running, but I couldn't see it. Okay. So it's working. We still have a stack where we use all kind of different technology. So there's a lot of it is C, C++ based. There are parts where they use Golang. There are parts where Rust is used. It's a goal to reduce, especially the Golang parts, to exchange that. But it's still a major project with a lot of different technologies. And that's also because, of course, of the dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants, that you use different components which are developed in different languages. So for now, we have finished to upload approximately 135 packages into Debian. And still we have to resolve a lot of issues there are, but let's if you want to try it, just install Debian Trixie on an old computer. Try version 13, at least 13. I don't know if there's yet a 14 available or a 13. Testing, yeah, it's a testing environment. Yeah, but testing would be what's going to be. Yeah. So just install it, run Lomiri, and see and experience that it is already quite mature. We can't say it's already, that you would say it's a daily driver level, although there are people, like my business partner, who use it as a daily driver. So he runs all his applications on Lomery. But then, yeah, you should accept that sometimes a bug happens and you have to restart your machine entirely. Yeah, it's still work in progress, but it's promising. And until now, there is no other desktop environment which is fully convergent. And the idea behind this is that we will, and you can see this already with younger people. If you now look at high schools and you see children of 16, 17 years old, a lot of them have never touched a computer and will never touch a computer in their life. At least if we keep the old-fashioned definition of a computer, right? But in reality, all the phones we are using, all our smartphones, are in fact computers. And we are now already in the state that a high-level phone has a higher capacity, higher computing capacity than a medium or cheap laptop, right? So it's to be expected that our phones will be our next computers. And then this whole conversion story, where you have your computer in your pocket and you walk around the whole day with your computer, that you go to different settings, then you come in a setting as this, you connect your phone and you are presenting on your phone, or you go sit at a desk, you click your phone in a docking station, and you start working on a big screen with keyboard and mouse. So that's the whole idea behind this, that we will move towards that platform, where this one device is our single device, which we use the entire day to do all our work on. Yeah? And can you develop on it? I know we have one developer in the UbiPorts community who uses a Fairphone 5. And I saw him a year ago developing on that machine. And not with a keyboard and a mouse, he was developing. But it will also work with a keyboard and a mouse, of course. It will work even better. So this is all technical documentation for the people who want to watch this later, this video, because it's also recorded. You can pause it and release it. I'm not going to read everything out loud. This is mainly all technical details we're busy with. So, for now, what's missing? Well, the Morph browser still runs on Qt5, so that's one of the major projects we are now busy with Lomery. We are moving to Qt6. We have no network indicator for a cable support for LAN. The Lomery push service Nuncium, die has to be uploaded. The app user space solution for Lomery apps. The native matrix client support is not there. We also have no, we already now have support for Signal. We didn't have before. Testing, yeah. Desktop, only desktop. Yeah. And but there's also the thing, of course, that on Ubuntu Touch, we mainly use with clickable applications. And that for the desktop, we primarily want to use snap applications. So there's also a move we need to do. And that's basically, we need to inspire the community to not only develop clickable applications, but also to develop snap applications. Other issues. The Lomery shell, the whole shell crashes when you unplug an external display. Oh, well, that's ready with the presentation. I'm not using Lomery on this laptop. The Lomery greeter does not yet support multi-monitor setups. The Lomeri indicator network / Ophono mobile data connections cannot yet be started. That's also a thing. The OSK does not come up in X-Wayland applications. Yeah, the app window placement I already told. The location services are not fully working. There are some UI glitches. But yeah, there is a link where you can see all kind of stuff that needs to be done. So this is it now. This is the moment where you all grab your laptop and and do an apt install Lomeri Chromium. And it will install. Or do an apt install Debian Lomeri default settings, and you will get it nice and blue, if you like the Debian colors better. And yeah, now you see a screen. This is Lomeri. This is just a screenshot from a Lomeri device. This is also a screenshot from a Lomeri device. On a Debian, of course. You can see when we made it, on the 13th of July, 2025. You can't see the location, but I know for sure this was probably in Brest, I think, at the DebConf. This is the typical view to switch applications. And this is then on a Debian device, but on people who use Ubuntu Touch will recognize this. This is the same. Looks nice, quite, though. Does it look nice? Yeah, do you want to try Lomeri? Or it was too shocking, all the bugs still there? No, but yeah. If you install Ubuntu Touch on your phone, then you have Lomeri automatically. And that works quite stable. But then, of course, your phone needs to be supported. And I think we have about 26 phones which we support. The major issue with this is, of course, banking applications. That's an issue. DigiD in the Netherlands is an issue. If you have to use DigiD and when they change and they enforce that you can't use a browser, that would be an issue. Now you still can use a browser to do it, and then it will work. But yeah, through SMS, true. Yeah, the major problem is, of course, banking applications who enforce their own app, and there are now banking applications who check, and then we have this Waydroid app, which you can use to run an Android app on your Ubuntu Touch device, and that works quite good. Only a lot of the banks now have a kind of technique installed where they detect that you are using Waydroid, and they say, oh, I'm not running on a native Android environment. This is dangerous. Your privacy is at risk. Yeah, I knew that my privacy was at risk. That's why I'm using an Ubuntu Touch phone. Okay, yeah, that's the other way around, but that's the way it works. So that is a real problem. And it's strange. I had a talk with this a couple of weeks ago with some people from the Dutch government. They said that this is unacceptable. How can you enforce people to use technology from a foreign state? You want us to use either Android or macOS to get to stuff which is our right as a citizen. How can you do that? And then they start looking, and they look at you and they think, that guy is crazy. That I don't understand. That's, to me, this is so utterly strange that you are forced to use a certain technology. It's the same like back in, I don't know exactly the year, but I think it was 2001 or 2002. It was the year where the Dutch government, the tax organization, the Belastingdienst, and forced entrepreneurs for the first time to do digital their tax papers. Yeah? So I got the diskette home from the Belastingdienst. So I put it in my Linux machine. It didn't work. So I called with them. Said, I have the diskette from you. You want me to do my taxes? And I put the diskette in my computer, and it doesn't work. The guy on the phone said, you need to go to the B drive. I said, I don't have a B drive. I use a Linux distribution. Well, we only have support. He said, oh, but which is that? It's not, which Windows is that? Or is it Mac? No, it's Linux. Okay, then for 1 year, you get an exemption. We will send you the forms on paper. You must still do it on paper. But I guess I was not alone, because the next year, there was also a Linux diskette. And I still hope that it was because of me. Okay, we want to attract more maintainers for Lomeri. We want to use MIR 2.x in Ubuntu Touch. We want to use all kinds of technology. We want to port to Qt 6 in Debian 13/14. We want fixes. We want updating components which are unstable. We want to invite more Debian maintainers to join the packaging team. We want to grow the community. And that's because we think that Lomeri has a future, especially because of the conversions. So, like I said already, we have it in Ubuntu, NixOS, Alpine, Postmarket OS, Arch Linux, Fedora SIG, and there will be more. The links are here, so yeah, it's all possible to try it. As open source science, we coordinate bounties. We have put out bounties for Lomeri developers. And this is meaning you can see some which are completed, some are claimed. This is a friendly bounty platform, meaning that it's not a rat race. It's not that 10 people are developing the same part of code, and the first one who shoots in a pull request which is recognized gets the money. No. When people claim a bounty with us, it means they get a certain amount of time to build the code, and nobody else in the meantime can claim that bounty. So if they send in the pull request and it's accepted, they will get paid for it. And this is a way that we hope to grow the community, and also to make it acceptable to some members of the community that it can be a paid job, right? So, open source science, we are an educational company, partly owned by me. I'm one of the shareholders. Jeroen Bate is another shareholder. Some of them might know him. He's quite famous in the Linux community. And the third one is anonymous. That's the one with the money. Raoul knows him, but he also will not tell the name. We started open source science because we noticed that everybody leaving school, either if it's an ROC in the Netherlands or a HBO or a university, in honesty, pardon my French, but they know shit about open source, let alone about Linux. Yeah? So we wanted to change that. So we started an open source educational institute. We have a 4-year program. We train DevOps engineers, basically. So we started out mainly in Asia. We already have 13 universities in India working with us, meaning that they are partly doing our program, and they have a lot of students there who want to work for open source. Not because of the philosophy, but because that in India too much programmers are trained. So they want a business opportunity. So yeah, we bridge the world. We bridge the world between free software and the open source spirit. We train practically modular, focusing on the community engineers to work for open source projects. But they want to make a job out of it. So it's not focused on the hobby. We offer our program to universities, which can integrate our program in their curriculum. And we have started now in the Netherlands itself with what we call a neurodiverse educational program, where we start to train people who somehow, because of neurodiversity, cannot fit into regular educations, and we will train them to become open source engineers with proof of work done in projects and guide them to a paid job. For this, we are now founding a studiefonds, a foundation which will be independent, which will have an ANBI status. If some of the Dutch people will know what that means. That means if you die and you give your money to us, then we don't have to pay taxes about it. That's basically what it is. Companies can have tax reduction if they give money to an ANBI institute. So it's to give better use to the money by paying less taxes, and it's also about transparency, because the foundation will not only pay open source science for students they train, other training companies could also use the foundation. So, yeah.
You're in the Netherlands not the only one that's focusing on neurodivergent people. The DEVD Academy is also doing that.
Yeah.
Do you work together with them? Or?
ITVT.
No, the DEVD.
DEVD. No, I don't know them.
Dutch Institute for Vulnerability Disclosures.
No. Not yet.
To talk with them.
Yeah, let's do it. I only know of ITVT, who is specialized in training neurodiverse people. But they only work with Microsoft technology. So I don't want to speak with them. Well, they were a customer of one of my companies for 10 years, so I know them very good. But they had a very good mindset. Only the two guys who started the company 20 years ago sold it 3 years ago. And now all the morality is gone. Some fast guys came in to make quick bucks, and then everything changes. So this is what you see here is our program we have developed for children in Asia. So it's a short course for schools. That should be interesting also, I think. Yeah. So it's all with friendly, with a penguin, and because we believe. And I don't believe I should start with children. I believe we should start with teachers. Because teachers will train the children, right? And I don't want to be, because I don't have many time anymore, because if I start talking about schools and how bad it is in schools, boy, we will be, there won't be any other session then here anymore. That's really terrible. So, make impact with ethical education. That's what we want, and we hope that everybody spreads our message and will join our course. Then, if you want information on the Lomeri bounties, here is some of the info. You also see here some credits. Are you there, Raoul? Yeah, you're there too, you see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and a very big Mike Gabriel. That's not because Mike did a lot of work, but that's because Mike made screenshots of this presentation slides, and I couldn't change the text. So I thought, well, if I can't change the text, then I have to put your name there too, Mike. Then I will put it extra big. So yeah, this presentation was partly the same as the presentation Mike gave on the Debian conference this summer, and on FOSDEM in February. but then we had less achievements, so it's a bit growing presentation. This is my book. Yeah, I gave some books present to people, and then other people here at the conference said, "Oh, can I buy that book somewhere?" And then I thought, oh, in the pause, oh, well, if people want to buy my book, well, this is the book. But if you can search for Freedom First, basically, I write a blog each week on our website. And somebody said to me, "Oh, that's a big blog. You should make a book out of it." And then I bundled everything, and then I came to the conclusion that it's a very big book. But that happens when you write a blog every week. So that's that one. And then we come to the final slide. Yeah, this is our socials. And yes, YouTube is in the middle, and I often get questions about that. Why is that YouTube and not PeerTube? And that will be the last thing before anybody can ask a question. The reason is we are very active in India. And in all honesty, PeerTube doesn't work there. So that's the problem where we have to use YouTube. But if it will work, we would happy to change everything immediately. And my Blue Sky link, as long as it is open source, of course, and our Mastodon link. Thank you. If there are questions,
yeah. Well, we could do one question, I guess. It's 1:45, but... Yep.
A question about Lomiri. If you can have very different devices with very different screens and resolutions and so on, how do you handle all the scaling properties of the screen and the fonts so that it looks sharp on every device? I've had some bad experiences with that, with other DEs and with X11 versus Wayland and so on. So I was wondering if you...
Technically, I don't know it specifically. I am a programmer myself, but I don't program on Lomiri. I'm running the company now. So, but I know that if they don't explicitly work on it, and I know we do this with QML, but if they don't explicitly put the different things there, it doesn't work very good. So I think they are giving different screen layers to the apps. So I think it's quite...
Very quickly.
Maybe I add, I was just, how do you say that? I'm also not a programmer, but I work with a lot of programmers on Lomiri. And what I can kind of remember, there is you kind of set the different scale options already. You do that if you have a tablet, you have a different kind of screen dimension, and you try to preset them.
So basically, it's a couple of settings. So if you have some strange device with a strange screen, then maybe it will not work as good as intended. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
For the thrill of it, say that it's love, but to me it's looking counterfeit. I get done with one, then move right on to another bitch. Yeah. College educated, she graduated. Any bill she can't front, her parents paid it. The show was far, you the only one with a car out your girlfriends. But being that she's a big fan, of course she made it. Most girls wanna hide the fact that the thrill they chasing, but you just wanna get drunk tonight and fuck someone famous. So I just name a time and a place, and you're game for it. Value player, hotel room, meet you there.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself.
Just traveling the world.
Will I see you again?
Trying different drugs and girls. Yeah.
We are always running for the thrill of it, thrill of it. Always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it. All along, we are calling out loud again. Never looking down, I'm just an aura of what's in front of me.
Addicted to champagne, champagne. Fuck the room, we buy the whole way, whole way. Bitches, I Taylor gang that, gang that. They just wanna know where the planes at, planes at. Yeah. Wake up drunk, go to sleep fucked up, fucked up. We both amazed at what we just done, just done. Mixing drinks, knowing we'll regret this. Ain't been asleep yet, room service bringing us breakfast. All this money, darling, what else is left to do? But smoke and enjoy my presidential view. Got a swimming pool in my living room. On stage interviews, tons of sour, let's consume.
We are always running for the thrill of it, thrill of it. Always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it.
Okay.
All along, we are calling out loud again. Never looking down, I'm just an aura of what's in front of me.
Addicted to champagne, champagne. Fuck the room, we buy the whole way, whole way. Bitches, I Taylor gang that, gang that. They just wanna know where the planes at. Addicted to champagne, champagne. Fuck the room, we buy the whole way, whole way. Bitches, I Taylor gang that, gang that. They just wanna know where the planes.
Oké. Goed. Ja, Joost van Dijk, ik zou bijna zeggen friend of the show. Toch al wel eens eerder hier opgetreden. Die gaat ons vertellen hoe je OpenSSH met Fido kan laten samenwerken. Het was altijd, PCKS was altijd een heel gedoe. Ik heb het ook wel eens geprobeerd. Het is altijd, gaat zo'n rough edges. Maar Fido schijnt daar beter in te zijn. Ga je gang.
Dankjewel. Anyone who doesn't speak Dutch? Okay, then I'll stick to English. Nice to see so many of you here. I've been here a couple of years ago and talked about Fido, but I was in a web context. I want to do this again, but now in an OpenSSH context. So using the same technology, but in a very different setting, OpenSSH. So I'm assuming you all know what OpenSSH is, and so I'm not going to explain OpenSSH and maybe some of the less frequently used features, but yeah, bear with me. This talk is based on a workshop that I gave this summer in Amsterdam. We don't have time for a full workshop, so I thought let's just explain some of the concepts that are used in OpenSSH, and then do some demos. And if you feel like you want to try this yourself, the GitHub repo for the workshop is online, and on this URL. You can do this in your own time. Of course, you would need a FIDO security key. If you don't have one, I brought a couple. Not enough for everyone, but well, if you promise you do something cool with it, then you can get one after my talk. So, a short overview. I don't have time for everything probably, so I've grayed out the last topic, but I just want to explain why would you want to use a FIDO security key to protect your SSH keys. And if you decide you do want to do this, how does that work with all the OpenSSH features that you currently might or might not use, and that's where the demos are about. So let's say you want to do Git commit signing with a FIDO security key. How does that work? How do you need to? What do you need to do to make that happen? Or if you use SSH certificates, anyone here using SSH certificates? Quite a few. Let's say you want to have that key, so the key corresponding to that certificate stored on a security key. So I'll just do some demos, and hopefully the demo gods will be with me. But let's see how far we get. So first of all, if you look at the OpenSSH documentation, they're talking about hardware-backed keys. And this is a very different lingo than you see on the web, where they talk about pass keys and discoverable credentials. So I'll stick to the terminology used in OpenSSH, because otherwise it will be very confusing. But FIDO is not the only way to do hardware-backed SSH keys. There's actually three technologies that are commonly used. One is, for example, PCS 11. So if you have a smart card or an HSM or anything that speaks, everything that supports PCS 11, which is an API that you can use to interact with hardware, cryptographic hardware. Then so that has been supported in SSH, OpenSSH, for a long time. And that is with the --I, is it dash or dash dash? I don't remember, but you can actually point to the PCS 11 module that is supplied by the vendor, and if there are keys stored on that HSM, you can access them from OpenSSH. The problem is that you would need PCS 11 support in that hardware, and you also need some external software. In general, it's less flexible. So you have to do a lot of configuration typically, and so that's one of the reasons I think this is not very commonly used. A little more common maybe is with PGP. So if any PGP users here? Almost everyone. So if you're comfortable with PGP, everything you might want to do, you can do with OpenSSH. But typically that is done through the SSH agent, or the PGP agent, which also happens to be an SSH agent. So you would need the PGP agent as an SSH agent, basically. On the other hand, configuring PGP, so if you're not very comfortable with PGP, then it can be truly hell. And even many of my colleagues who are very seasoned PGP users, we have a separate Slack channel just about figuring out what's going on with PGP. So if you are not very comfortable with PGP, if you are, please continue to do so. But this talk is about people who are not so comfortable with PGP and want to use something simpler. And I think that something simpler is FIDO. And FIDO has been supported in OpenSSH since version 8.2 or 8.3. It was a little better, but that's more than 5 years ago. So actually, it's even on Windows, you can these days use FIDO security keys. So what is a FIDO security key, you may ask? Well, FIDO is an open standard for secure hardware. So it's basically focused on authentication and passwordless authentication. So you might have heard of passkeys and all that. That's where you can use a FIDO security key for. So it's usable on the web. So that's one of the big benefits, that it's supported by browsers, so you can use it on the web. Yeah, the nice thing is that OpenSSH also implemented support for these keys, and now you can use that for protecting your SSH keys as well. So this is typically something that is on a USB device that typically you can carry on your keychain, or there's also the very small ones that you can keep into or plugged into your laptop for indefinitely, basically. But it depends on the use case how you would use these things. But these are all security keys, as we call them, made by different vendors. So there's some Feishan, so Chinese vendor. These are YubiKeys, so a disclaimer, I work for Yubico, so I'm a bit biased towards YubiKeys. But because FIDO is an open standard, anyone can implement a FIDO security key. There's some from Google, so the Titan keys. There's also open hardware, like the Solo keys, those colorful ones up there. It's completely open hardware. You can actually build one yourself, download the firmware. So you cannot download Yubico's firmware because that is proprietary, but there's also an open source variant. Of course, there's different security levels. There's also a certification program that will certify certain models so you can actually be more assured about the protection level. So that's, there's even FIPS approved ones, and well, that's how security keys differ. But you can pick your favorite model, and nothing I say in this presentation is specific to YubiKeys. It's for FIDO security keys in general. Okay. Now, why would you want to use FIDO? Well, basically because you want to protect your SSH keys. Many of you will recognize the problem that if you have an SSH key, you need that key on different systems, and before you know it, you lose track of where you've copied that key to. So storing it on a FIDO security key means that you can actually be sure that there's only one copy. So it means if you lose that one, you don't have any backups, but you can also always choose to have several. But you won't run into the problem that you don't remember where you left that key. I mean, where you left your I mean, the SSH key. Yeah. So I always advise to buy at least two, so you have one backup. But that's another story. It also means that no one can steal your key. Well, they can steal your YubiKey, but they cannot steal your SSH key itself, because it is embedded in secure hardware that is non-exportable. So if you generate your SSH key on a FIDO security key, there's no way to get it out of that key. So that makes it into a possession factor. So if you want to have your SSH servers or whatever protected with multi-factor authentication, you need non-exportable keys. It means that there cannot be a copy. So if you can make a copy of a private key, that means it's not a possession factor. It's a knowledge factor, right? So this is the way to truly have MFA. And it's an inherent feature of FIDO security keys. There's no way to export a private key. So what is then the benefit of using a FIDO security key over these other hardware solutions? And it is built into OpenSSH. So there's no additional software you need. So it means you also don't need to configure any additional software. You don't have to beg a vendor for a module, like a PCS 11 module for support. And then there's some interesting features that allow you to make it even more secure, because FIDO has this concept of user presence and user verification. You may, for example, recognize the issue where you have agent forwarding, which is also always a bit tricky because, before you know it, there's some process that will connect to your SSH agent and without you knowing, use your private key. So that can happen if you have software SSH keys. With a FIDO security key, you can require what is called user presence, which means that before the private key does its signing operation, you require a button touch. So these security keys, they have typically a capacitive or sometimes a physical button on it. And it means to authorize your key to do the cryptographic operation, you actually need to touch that button before the signing operation takes place. So that is what is called user presence. And I'll have some demos in a while. And then there's also user verification, which means that if you want to truly have like a multi-factor, so because the key itself is the possession factor, but you can also require user verification, which means that you need to authenticate as a user to your security key. So user presence is just, well, anyone can touch that button, but if you use user verification, that means you need something like a PIN or a biometric to authorize the private key operation. So most of these keys, they have a PIN, and that is very different from a password, right? So the password is usually something you send to a server. A PIN, in this case, is something you send to the key itself to unlock the private key. And there's other models that instead of a button, they have like a fingerprint scanner. If you're into biometrics, you can also say, okay, instead of a knowledge factor like a PIN, I would use an inherent factor like a fingerprint. So that is user verification. So all in all, it's usually simpler to use, especially for beginners, and it has these additional security features. Now, a little bit about FIDO, how does that work? Actually, it's not that complicated. What makes it complicated is the web part, because there's lots of bells and whistles. But we're not talking about the web part here, we're talking about this other part called CTAP, which is the client to authenticator protocol. So an authenticator is just another word for a security key, and a client is, well, whatever wants to use that security key. It could be a browser, but in our story, that will be the SSH client. So forget about WebAuthn. We're focusing on CTAP. So this is the situation on the web, where you have a browser that will interact through this CTAP protocol with this authenticator, the security key. And then on the other side, there's WebAuthn, which is a JavaScript API and nothing to do with SSH, because this is the picture with SSH. And here you see the difference. On the server side, there's nothing different, really. The only thing that's changed on the server side is that there's some additional key types that are specific to security keys. And on the client side, there's an implementation of the CTAP protocol to talk to an external device called an authenticator or a security key. And the idea is, of course, that you can generate keys that are then stored. So the sort of private key belonging to that key pair is stored securely on the authenticator. So this is about a bit technical maybe, but this is what happens if you create your security keys on your SSH key on a security key. Basically, the CTAP protocol is just two operations. One is called make credential, and the other one is called get assertion. And the idea is that with make credential, you generate a key, and once you generated it, you can use that key with the get assertion. What makes it a little complicated is that this is designed to be phishing resistant on the web. And that's actually not used with SSH. So SSH already has like a form of phishing protection in the form of sticky keys, like trust on first use keys. So there's a concept of a relying party ID that is used on the web that's not really used in SSH. So that makes it a bit fuzzy, but the idea is your client, so in our case that's OpenSSH, will, when generating a key, use this make credential call and use a fixed relying party ID, which is SSH. Use some client data and asks the security key to generate a new key pair. And the idea is that this key pair can then be stored on that security key. There's a signature generated, and what is sent back to the OpenSSH client is a credential ID, so that's just an identifier of that key that has just been created. The public key, that needs to typically be sent to the server. And the signature has to do with attestation that I'll talk about later, so forget about the signature here. Once that public key is stored at the, in this case in the client, and sent to the server, presumably, you can actually use that key. And that's done later with this get assertion call. So let's say you want to sign into a server. The server has the public key. Your SSH client will recognize that the key is not stored in a file, but it's actually referenced to this security key in that file, so the private key is not in the private key file, which is a bit confusing. It's just pointing to a key on your security key using that credential ID. So it will ask the security key, please sign this data. It will send the credential ID. The security key will look up the credential, retrieve the private key, once authorized by either user presence or user verification or whatever. And then we'll sign over some data and send that signature back where it can be verified. Now, interesting is that the data that is signed, I'm calling it C data here, it's a bit cryptic, but it includes all kinds of stuff like a counter, so how many signatures are being created. But more interestingly, some flags like was user verification performed, was user presence performed, so that the relying party, let's say the OpenSSH server, can make authorization decisions based on these flags. For example, you can configure your server to say, okay, if you didn't provide user verification, I'm not going to let you sign in, for example. Well, at Yubico, we've created a library for FIDO. It's called libFIDO. This is the library that was incorporated in OpenSSH. So if you install OpenSSH these days, you will also install the libFIDO, which will allow you to communicate with security keys. There's also bindings in other languages, but I'm not going to talk about that here. I will talk about some tools that accompany this library. One of them is FIDO token. And this you can use to do some maintenance on your security key. And let's just do that on a... So FIDO token, if I use -L, I will look if there's any security keys inserted. In this case, I have one inserted. And I'm on macOS, so this is using these funky IOREG things. On Linux, it will be /dev/HID raw 0 or 1 or whatever. Now I can actually ask, okay, give me the information on this security key. So apart from make credential and get assertion, there's also a get info that will query the possibilities or the capabilities of this security key. And you can see here that this is a key with, well, in this case it's a security key from my company, Yubico, firmware version 5.7.4. This we'll talk about later, the AA GUID. This is a unique identifier for this particular device. So you can actually prove that it's a YubiKey. So if you, let's say you're a bank and you've deployed security keys, then you typically will have chosen a particular vendor, and you want to, for example, make sure that only YubiKeys, for example, can be used to sign in, because you know that they're certified at some level. So that's one of the interesting features that I'll talk about later. And I see someone with a hand, so yeah, please. Can you zoom in a little? Can I zoom in a little? Yep, I think I can. Something like this? Yeah? All right. Another feature, I'll talk about resident keys. It's a bit complicated because there's two ways of generating SSH keys that are backed with secure hardware. One is called a resident key, and another is a non-resident key. And the difference is that a non-resident key is typically a wrapped key. So basically, what happens is you generate a private key. The private key is wrapped inside using a master key that is stored on the security key. And then basically, the credential ID is the wrapped private key. So there's no way to use that private key, to decrypt that private key without help of the security key itself. But this nice trick makes it possible to have an infinite amount of keys generated. Probably that's a bit overkill for OpenSSH, because this model says that it has 99 remaining resident keys, because you can store 100 and there's already one on there. So I'm not sure if there's anyone with more than 100 SSH keys, but if you also want to store passkeys on a security key, well then you might choose to have a non-resident key. If you have a resident key, that means that actual storage on the security key is used to store that private key. And well, there's some benefits of using resident keys that I'll show in a demo in a minute. What else was I saying? I can't remember actually. Well, this is a tool that you can actually use to see if you need some specific feature, for example. I'll talk about SSH certificates. You can also store certificates on a security key, but you need a feature called large blob keys. So that large blobs, that's a little storage you can use, for example, to store a certificate. If you don't have that extension, well, then you cannot store a certificate on a security key. Anyway, this is a tool that is typically already installed in your system, or you can just use your package manager to install it. So the rest of the talk is demos, so I hope that will work. First demo is about just signing into a server. It's something that everyone typically does. And I just want to stress that this is very similar to what you're used to. You just use SSH keygen to generate the keys. And then there's two files created, the private key file and the public key file. But it's important to note that the private key itself is not in the private key file. It's just a reference to the private key that is stored on your security key. It's called the private key file, and that's convenient, but it's also confusing. Anyway, this is actually, I already talked about user presence and user verified. So, well, let's just skip these. And resident and non-resident keys. But I think I'll just do a demo. And I've scripted all my demos. I apologize, because otherwise I'll make too many typing errors, and in general, we'll just screw up the demo. So I just pretend to be a very fast typer, and let's see if I can, yeah. So the demo is just some comments about what's going on, and then the actual command. So I'm generating a new hardware-backed SSH key, and I do this with SSH keygen, just like always. The only difference is that I now have a different type. So ECDSA is typically what you might use, but now there's the -SK, which is a new type, which just means this key needs to be generated on a security key. And in this case, I'm using a local file to store it. I'm not using a passphrase, so the -n means don't bother setting a passphrase. And the idea being that so normally use the passphrase to protect the private key, but since there is no private key in the private key file, you might argue the passphrase is not needed. Depends a little bit on your use case, but in this case, I decided to forget about the passphrase. So to generate, I need to enter a PIN, and I need to touch the button on my key, and then you see the normal output of a key generation. So the key is now generated using the security key. Okay, now I'm going to launch an SSH server to sign in with this key, and I'm using Docker for this. And so this is just an Ubuntu with all the defaults. Only I disable password authentication, because who needs passwords, right? It's so, well. And this public key that I just created, I provisioned that by copying it into the authorized keys files on the server. So let's launch this Docker thing. So I built the image and launch the SSH server, and so there's now an SSH server running, and I'm going to sign in with this key. So of course, this is a new server. I didn't see that before, so I need to trust it. Unless I've done something else, but I'm lazy here. And now, before I can sign in, I need to confirm user presence. And I'm signed in. And it's that simple. Notice that I didn't use a PIN to sign in, so I just needed to touch the key. And this means that user presence was required, but user verification was not. But yeah, this is it. Let me exit. Connection closed. So let's do this again, but now require user verification. And to do this, I need to, wrong button. I need to have this option verify required. And the reason this is not default is that when FIDO was incorporated in OpenSSH, there was not such a thing as FIDO2, so passwordless devices. Everything was U2F, which is basically a simpler version of FIDO without pins. So to be able to use these U2F devices, the older ones, the default is not to require user verification. But this is a recent YubiKey, so I can use the pin, but then I need to specify I want to use user verification. So let's generate the key, touch it again. So now I have two keys, one with and one without user verification. Let's update the server. So I'm generating a new authorized keys file just by copying all the public keys to the authorized keys files and copying that to the server. And I can sign in with the first key because that still works. User presence, touch the button. Now the authorized keys file is in place, so I should be able to sign in with the new key. So I specify here that, and I added the UV in the file name to indicate that this is actually using UV, because otherwise it will be hard to distinguish those. And now you see I need to enter a PIN. So I'm entering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is the best PIN ever. And of course I need to touch. And in this case I added who am I as the command to execute, otherwise I need to type exit. So it says Ubuntu, which means yes, I've signed in and the new key works. Question?
The PIN that you get asked for when you create the key and which you use when you sign in, is that something that you make up when you create the key, or is that a PIN that you entered into your key in some way beforehand?
Yeah, so the question basically is where does this PIN come from? And I've set the security key up beforehand. For example, if you use it on the web, your Chrome browser will say, hey, you don't have a PIN set, because if you buy a new key, it won't have a PIN. So it will ask you to define a PIN first.
The PIN is tied to the physical device?
Yeah, the PIN is tied to the physical device. So whenever you are asked for the PIN for this particular key, you need to use the PIN that you set up for this particular key. If you have several keys, you can choose to have different pins for every security key. Yeah, question? Yeah, you can change the PIN. Yeah. So if I think, okay, I've screwed up. I just mentioned my PIN, so I need to change it. There's this FIDO2 info command, and you use --S, and you can set a new PIN. Yep. So all your credentials will remain intact. Another question. Yeah, good question. So the question is, do you need to have the security key inserted on your SSH client, or can it be running somewhere else? And the answer is yes and no. Because the OpenSSH client will use this libfido2 library to communicate with a USB device. So it needs to be inserted on your system. But if you don't have that, you can, for example, if you have like a virtual machine running on a virtualizer, you can use USB forwarding, for example. So forward the USB port to the virtual machine, so you can use it on the virtual machine. And there's also this USB IP package that will present itself as a USB device, but then tunnel all the USB traffic to another node on the internet. And of course, you need to think a bit about security there, but That is possible, but that's not something that is built into OpenSSH. So OpenSSH will always assume there's a local USB device connected to the system where OpenSSH client is running. One more question. Yeah, so the question is, can the server require your private key to be on a security key? And the answer is yes, you can. And actually, I have a demo that will show this, if I have enough time. But the idea is, because if a private key was generated on a security key, you'll have a specific key type. And of course, you can configure the server to say, OK, I don't want RSA keys. Actually, I don't even want ECDSA keys, because I want to have ECDSA-SK keys, which is simply ECDSA, but where the key resides on a security key. Of course, it's a little tricky, because that will specify the key type, but not the specific type of security key used. And you can actually have a software implementation of a security key. So if you really want to make sure that your private key is actually generated on, let's say, YubiKey, then you need this attestation feature, which I'll demo in a couple of minutes. I love questions, so feel free to just, another question, please.
Sorry for the interruption. First up, this looks a lot better than the PAM module you once made, so I'm loving this. That also worked, but
yeah.
it's a hassle. This is great. Suppose we stick your USB key in my laptop. How would we tell it what to use? Because you're referring to ./ID.
Yeah, good question. So when I signed into the server, I'm referring to the private key file, which doesn't contain the private key, but a reference to the private key, but that's relevant here. You need that file, of course. And if you don't have that file, what are you going to do? Yeah, you may have the security key, but not the file.
So we don't have keys sprawl, but we still have files sprawl.
Sort of, but the thing is, with key sprawl, you don't want your private key file wandering around, unless it's backed by a security key, because in that case, there's no private key in that file. So have fun with it. Except, of course, if you also have the YubiKey. And then the answer is, it depends. And it depends on, was that a resident key or was it a non-resident key? If it's a resident key, you can simply regenerate the files. So if you lost that file, no problem, just regenerate it. But that only works if you have saved the private key on the security itself, so a resident key. If it's a non-resident key, then it's actually a wrapped private key. And the credential ID basically is the wrapped private key. And that is stored in the private key file, which doesn't buy you anything if you find it. But if you lose it, there's no way to retrieve the private key on the security key. Yep. OK. Yes.
Certain applications, they make a lot of SSH connections. With PKCS11, I can use the agent to identify once, and as long as the thing is present, it works. Using the SK keys, I always have to keep touching the button. If you have to do that 5 times in a row,
yeah. Excellent question. So the issue is here, user presence. It's a blessing, but it's also a curse. Let's say you have an Ansible script that will deploy to 100 servers. And you're using SSH access with your security key. Yeah, that involves pressing the button 100 times. So for these use cases, I would say generate a separate key for it and disable user presence, and instead fall back to the original SSH agent loading. So what you do is you have like a very poorly protected private key file. So no user verification, no user presence. all you need is to have the security key inserted in USB. That's a bit insecure, so at least make sure that the private key file does have a passphrase to protect it. So you actually need the passphrase to read the private key file, because once you read the private key file, you have the credential ID, and you can actually send it to the security key to have a signing operation that doesn't require any user interaction. But in this case, you simply use SSH agent, where you one time load that key, enter the passphrase, just like in the old days. Then the decrypted key file is stored in memory. And once it's in memory, you can ask the SSH agent to do the signing. So you, when adding the key to SSH agent, you enter the passphrase, and from that moment on, you can launch the Ansible script, and it will simply not bother you with key presses. But that's a very specific deploy scenario. So always think about, okay, what do I need in my use case? Do I need user verification? Do I need user presence? And you can ask, do I need some form of single sign-on that I only need to enter the PIN once or use presence once, and then everything is automated. Okay, okay, one more question.
Mine is actually hooking on to the last one. One thing I would imagine is that you could put the key in the computer and do the user presence verification once. Is there any protocol which could do it that you do it once, and then until power is removed or until a certain time frame, that no UV and USB is required? Do you know anything with that?
Yeah, so the question is, can you somehow cache the PIN or the user presence for a little while to have this nuisance of user presence and user verification? Yeah, so the answer is no, no. That is not allowed by the FIDO specifications.
They have the opinion that it is not allowed.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why it's, I don't know any security key that allows this, but if you really need this, you can always fall back to PKSys 11. So if you have a YubiKey, for example, there's this PIV applet that you can store a certificate on, and there it is allowed to cache the PIN, for example. So you enter the PIN, and for 5 minutes, I don't know exactly how long, but for 5 minutes, you don't have to enter that PIN again. But that's, yeah, different use case. Yeah. I'm running a little behind. Let me quickly finish this demo. What was I doing? Oh yeah, so let's say that you've just seen that I actually needed to enter a PIN to do the sign-in. But that was because that's how I generated the key. You also saw that with the first key, I could sign in without entering the PIN. But now let's say I don't want that. I want the server to check if a PIN was used. And if a PIN wasn't used, I don't want this user to sign in, right? Because maybe someone found that YubiKey, and if there's no PIN required, anyone with possession of the YubiKey can actually sign in. So there's no multi-factor authentication. I want it to require this user verification. Okay, so what I did is, oh, I forgot to tell. So I just used this thing here to insert verify required in this authorized keys file. So the new file will have this keyword, verify required, before the public key that I sent to the server. So I've updated that locally, and now I'm copying that using my first key to the server. So this one didn't require the user verification, so I don't need to enter the PIN. But now I updated this file, and now this file has verify required. So this means that I can no longer sign in without using a PIN. So it's asking, okay, just touch the button, please. And oh, oops, permission denied. And that is because I'm using the key that didn't require user verification. So there's no more single factor sign in. You need to use that other key, the one that's requiring UV, and now actually it's asking me, first enter the PIN. And that means that now I'm executing this who am I thing. I need to still touch it. And it says, yes, you're a user Ubuntu. Okay, so that's one of the first demo of the 4 demos that I prepared, but that I don't have time for. The good thing is that all of these demos are basically the exercises that are in my workshop. So the one that I showed on the first page. So if you think this is cool, come grab a security key or a security key and do try this at home.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, one or two quick questions? Yeah.
When asking to the hardware key to sign, does it have exclusive access? Is there a rogue process that can steal the credentials and steal the user touch?
Yeah, good question actually. So of course, it depends on how you configured your YubiKey. But if you require a touch, there's no way for malware that is installed on your system to fake that user touch, because the touch is actually on the security key itself, right? And the fact that this touch was performed is in the data that is signed with the private key. So you're signing something, and your security key will insert a flag before signing. The user touched this key.
That's not exactly what I meant.
Okay, sorry.
I meant if the malware detects that the user wants to authenticate, then it sets up its own authentication with the key and uses it to generate a key for its rogue process instead of
Yeah. So if you have like a man in the middle that will trick you into generating a key, and you think it is generated on your security key, but in fact it is the malware itself that is generating the key, for example. That is very hard to protect against. Of course, it's not easy because you actually have to insert yourself as an attacker in the OpenSSH communication with the key. But I think if you have malware installed in your system, that is a particular problem with generating the key. However, if you've generated the key before that malware was installed in your system, then that's less of a problem, because during authentication, the malware can do whatever it wants, but it can never fake the signature that is generated on the key. And because during generation, you've basically pinned the public key, there's no way that malware can fake a signature that validates with that public key. So that will be impossible, but the moment of key generation is critical here. So if your system is infected, when you generate a key, yeah, you're fucked. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the great talk. I have a quick question. Last year in September, there was a big exploit for Infineon-based chips, which was also part of your series. You never recalled the devices which were still out for sale. We still bought old firmware-based YubiKeys this year. Why not?
Well, so good question. So last year we had an incident because the chips we use on our YubiKeys, they're made by Infineon, and up till firmware 5.4.3, I think, we were using the accompanying library from Infineon. So there's this processor, the cryptographic processor, goes with a library that will basically have just a C library for generating keys and all that. And before that, we decided, because of size limitations and performance problems, to implement our own library. And that was independent of this particular incident. But it did mean that up till 5.4.3, we were using the Infineon library for key generation. And that had a flaw. And this, you can Google it for Euclid. What's the name of the exploit? Well, it's a problem in the Euclid algorithm, and that was fixed in our own library. So it means that hardware security keys starting from firmware 5.5 don't have this problem anymore. But if you now buy a YubiKey or a security key by Yubico that has firmware older than 5.5, that's not supposed to happen. I mean, starting from the CVE that was generated, we stopped selling 543 keys. Yeah, so if you bought them after that date, you should complain with the distributor. On the other hand, I would like to add that the vulnerability allows the cloning of a private key, but only if you have possession of the security key itself and the PIN. So without the security key and the PIN, there's no way to clone a private key. So the reason why we didn't reclaim all the security keys is that there's not really a point in cloning a key if you have the security key with the PIN. Why not just use that security with the PIN? Use that key with the PIN. So there's no point in cloning the private key unless you want to have a copy of. So you want to make a second key, a second security key with the same private key. But you cannot do that without destroying the YubiKey. So it's tamper evident if someone does that. So we think this is a minor risk. Yeah, you can decide for yourself if you want to upgrade to the newest firmware. But check the online fora, and so don't take my word for it. This is not considered a serious flaw. It's a more theoretical flaw that because the Infineon chips are certified, common criteria certified, this is not supposed to happen. So that was basically the big news, that a certified crypto processor had this flaw. But I don't think in practice it will be a problem. If you still have worries, contact your distributor because they were not allowed to sell 543 keys after the bug was discovered.
Okay.
I think everything that was returned was destroyed, but actually, I don't know what the deal with the distributors are, but I suspect that the answer is yes, but I don't. Yeah?
Okay.
Well, okay.
Just take that offline. I think.
Let's take that offline because my experience is different when I was a customer.
Okay.
Sorry for running over time.
Thanks a lot. Alsjeblieft. Kunnen we ruilen tegen een...
Dankjewel. Ja. Help yourself. Ja. Het zijn geen YubiKeys, het zijn security keys. Dus alleen FIDO. Nou ja. Alsjeblieft.
Werkt dit trouwens ook over NFC?
Ja. Nou ja, OpenSA heeft geen NFC-transport, maar in principe wel. Nee, maar er zijn SSH-clients voor iPhone die dit wel doen. Ja. Er zijn verschillende. Ja. Ja. Ja, zeker. Ja. Het is al 3 jaar inmiddels. Dus, ja. Nee, het is echt tof. Echt leuk. Ja, als je vragen hebt, weet je hoe te vinden. Ja. Top. Nee? Oh? Drukfokken in dat zin. Zegt hij dat? Oh nee, dat klopt ja. Nee, dat is nu Harika geworden. Ja. Nee, dat klopt. Dat heb ik meegekregen inderdaad. Even de ding uitzetten. Maar het is nu... Ja, toch? Ik werk samen met Goenet. Dus dat is zeg maar waar ik onder valt. Hoe gaat deze uit? Staat er niet meer aan. Ja, ja. Ja, oh ja. Feel free. Ja, ook. Ja, zoveel je wil.
En dat het tenminste 1 keer als het in een nieuwe computer wordt gestoken, dat dan het wordt geverifieerd. Maar van het verhaal hoor ik dat dat niet zo makkelijk is. Maar hij zei van wel, dan heb ik iets gemist. Hij zegt van, je kan die key gewoon met een SSH agent in memory laden.
Ja.
Maar dan tegelijkertijd van af. Sorry, welke kant was dat dan? Met een non-resident key, dus een key, dan wordt die key eigenlijk ook gegeven aan de...
Ja.
Oké, dat mijn baas dan zegt van nee, ik kan ervoor zorgen dat die unwrapped dan zelf zit die in memory op de SSH agent. Weet je daar?
Nee, dus de private key komt nooit in memory van SSH agents. Want
Lost in a lie, chasing the sun. It's still what I'm looking for. Lost in a lie, chasing the sun. It's still what I'm looking for.
setje hebben we voor beschikbaar. Ja.
I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. You got those pretty eyes in your head, you know it. You got me dancing in my bed, so let me show it. You are exactly what I want, kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. La da la da da la da da. La da 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 dee da da la da 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 la da la da da la da da. La da la da 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 da. Oh, babe, it's restless soul, tangled up in emotions I can't control. Oh, darling, I can't break free. Something's got a hold on me. Something's got a hold on me. Oh, babe, it's restless soul, tangled up in emotions I can't control. Oh, darling, can't break free. Something's got a hold on me. Something's got a hold on me. Got a hold on me, yeah. Tangled up in emotions I can't control. Can't break free. Something's got a hold on me. Something's got a hold on me. my hands on myself. Think I'll dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Kiss my little baby girl is in need. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Got another mouth to feed. Leave it with the babies till the mama call the grave digger. Gone with the falling leaves. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, I feel it still. We could fight a war for peace. Give in to that easy living, goodbye to my hopes and dreams. Stop flipping for my enemies. We could wait until the walls come down. It's time to give a little to the kids in the middle. Oh, till it falls, won't bother me. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks. Yeah, your lover's an abyss for my heart to eclipse now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for kicks now. Let me kick it like it's 1986 now. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Might have had your fill, but I feel it still. Maybe I don't wanna know the way home. Taking on a journey, I got places to go. Wanna chase a miracle, it's possible. You just gotta open the door. Darling, it's cold out there. Don't fear the road, just come along with me.
Ja, komt u maar binnen. En kunnen jullie de deur achter jullie sluiten? Super. Nou, de laatste sessie before the last session before the end note is Chris Buitaert, who will speak about, and Chris is a old-time DevOps guy who has started many conference series, etc. And Chris will talk about two cool things combined: observability and BPF. Sort of, right?
Sort of. Yeah.
Sort of.
Still makes sense.
Still makes sense.
Yeah.
If the door is closed, then you can start, Chris.
The door is closed and Mark sits down. Ton, hurry up. So we're waiting for Ton now and then, yeah, okay. No, we're not waiting for Ton. All right, let's start, because there's a timer here and apparently it makes a lot of noise when I'm going over time. So yeah, do I need to introduce myself? I guess I do. No, no, yeah, Jeroen says yes. Jeroen, can you? No, just kidding. Like I've been introduced, I've been an old school DevOps guy, which means I started DevOps Days back in 2009 together with Patrick. I started Config Management Camp together with Toshan. I started Load Days together with Toshan. So I'm a serial conference starter. I've been in this industry since fuck, never mind. Ages ago, the title of my blog has also been, for ages, everything's a fucking DNS problem. So I get pointed to a lot the last couple of weeks. For those who don't know, DNS stands for DevOps Needs Sushi. That's when you discuss how to fix the problems. Yeah, that's basically about me. And what I do is I play with open source tools and I figure out which ones interest me and how I can use them relevantly. I've seen people with really old t-shirts here, but who remembers this one? Who still has that one? Who still fits in that one? This used to be when we were quoting books like the Bastard Operator from Hell series, which is absolutely what we're not doing today. But that's basically the title, where the title of this talk comes from. And I give this talk at other conferences, and there was a bunch of youngsters. They had absolutely no clue what this t-shirt was about. So it's good to see all those glimmering bald heads and realize that these people actually understand what we're talking about. So we went from Bastard Operator from Hell, where we deleted user data, to collaborating with the developers. And we had a bunch of hypes pop up, like everybody's using Docker now. Who's using Docker? Who's using Kubernetes? Who thinks we solved problems there? And now this new hype is there, like observability. That's what the O11I stands for, observability, because it's too long otherwise. And who thinks we solved observability? Okay, so the first part of this talk is not going to be new at all. Even though the marketeers say that everybody's doing all of the above. Everybody's doing Kubernetes, everybody's doing Docker, everybody's doing this observability talk. No, we're not. So what is monitoring? To me, monitoring is basically the question, what's going on? Is this thing still on? Does this thing still work? It's like the technical components. Is this still fast enough? And then we go, what is observability? Well, to me, it's a little bit different. It's, why is this going on? What isn't working anymore? Why? And look at the infrastructure from an application point of view without actually writing code. And there's a relation between both of them, of course. And when we talk about observability, we go from the 3 pillars: logs, metrics, traces, and then there's people who say there's a 4th pillar. Who knows what the 4th pillar of observability is? I made that joke 2 years ago. Alain knows. What? Core dumps. Yeah. Could work, core dumps. This is the 4th pillar of observability to me. Like, if you're a Prometheus fanboy, the black box export is basically just an elaborated Nagios Kinga check. That's the 4th pillar of observability to me. Actually good monitoring. But I don't think the parallel with saying there's 3 pillars is the right one. To me, it's more layers. It's growing in maturity. It's, you start with basic monitoring. And most organizations don't even get there. Because, well, monitoring is required. And if you're lucky, monitoring is enough. And observability is that layer up. It's like when Julien Pivotto, he said observability is about removing that log. It's that next layer up. But we need to get to a point where we want monitoring. And this whole observability is not new. Who remembers this? I see people nod. What is this? This is a global view of what's going on. This is a screenshot of PacketBeat before the Elastic acquisition, when it was actually useful. And then they got acquired, and they removed all the good features. Because the early versions of PacketBeat, I could actually go to an HTTP request, click on it, and without instrumentation, get the database query. And then they got acquired, and then that killer feature, which was a cool open source project, was gone. And that's, for a long time, what we've been looking for and we've been searching for, because that was cool to help with performance and with debugging and with all those things. And it had a nice map to see what was talking to each other. Like, all these things, and it worked. And then we regressed, or as these days we say, we enshittified. So where is that real observability? Like, a lot of times we have metrics that we moved from Graphite to Prometheus, so we lost our long-term data. And now the default TTL is a month, and we lost it. And we have logs, but we stopped doing the derived metrics. Like when we first started doing Elastic, the default output was to Graphite and to figure out what the actual number of entries was rather than keeping the logs around. And we're not really looking at it anymore. So we've regressed. We stopped learning from our metrics. We stopped alerting on them. And we also lost our really good monitoring. Like, to me, monitoring is the derived value you get from doing infrastructure as code correctly, because you get it for free. You get an 100% single source of truth, because if you do your infrastructure as code correctly, you have that, let's call it the CMDB, but you have that correct single source of truth. And you can build your monitoring on top of that. And when you have that in place, you don't get the false positives anymore. You know what you should be looking at. You know what exists. You know what just disappeared. And you start to get a healthy monitoring ecosystem. And then you can start with fixing your metrics. You can start with fixing that regression, because that MySQL plugin you deployed has changed, and now it's in a different location. Then you can fix your log shipping again. And then you can fix your broken dashboards. Who's there? Who was there at some point in time? And who regressed? So that's what we need to fix first before we start talking about let's do this hype and do observability. But people say, hey, there's this new kid on the block, let's do OpenTelemetry. And they think it's new, fancy new tool. Alain needs to give more talks because he knows the stuff also. I didn't see a submission for you. When I say I didn't see a submission, I mean for Config Management Camp. If you still have a talk that you want to give at Config Management Camp, come and see me afterwards. I can still get you an invite to get your talk submitted, even though the CFP is closed. Sorry for the commercial. It's an open source conference. I should be able to do this. So OpenTelemetry. What is really good about OpenTelemetry? It's standardization. I mean, it has traces, it has metrics, it has logs, profiles is work in progress, all of those things, but it's standardization. We get, even though maybe the metrics isn't the standard we wanted and that we already implemented, but we get those different signals that we can consume and everybody can talk the same. And there's the auto collector. And what OpenTelemetry, if I want to be really naughty, I'm going to say it's what the corporate and the proprietary vendors wanted to have, so they could replace the backends, and we could actually, as open source community, build our own backends and switch back and forth and get rid of the proprietary stuff, because that hotel collector, that endpoint, is the same one we want. So it kind of was vendor-driven standardization, but it's okay. Different components have different maturity levels. Different languages have different maturity levels. Like, sadly, things like PHP were lagging really, really long behind, whereas the Java community was much more upfront into delivering what they could use. And what those vendors say is, well, OpenTelemetry, just drop our agent and it's going to work. You don't need to actually instrument your code. But like, you can see that this screenshot is really old because it comes from a platform I haven't used for ages. But it's not. The auto-instrumentation is not something that really works. It gives you some stuff, but it's, yeah, if you really want to know what's going on, you need to sometimes really dig into the code and put some metadata and put some instrumentation there. So yeah, there is no magic. So we went from fixing our monitoring to helping developers and figuring out where to go next. And we've been pushed by the vendors, and the commercial people said, yeah, but there's this magic. And we were like, no, there's no magic. Or maybe there is, because this new thing happened, eBPF. And even if I say new, it's already old again. But to me, eBPF is like a marriage of S-trace and TCP dump on steroids, and that's probably not a really good way to say. But for some people, it might make sense. But what it really is, it's a framework to dig into the kernel stuff and to help you build tools. It's not a tool in such. So given the hypes, where did we see a lot of those eBPF tools pop up? Like, these are all eBPF tools that popped up. eBPF exporter, Falco security tool, obviously Coroot, which we'll get later too, like Pixie, Oregos, Tracy, all of those things. But the challenge I had with a lot of these tools was they only worked on Cube. And as awesome Cube is if you have the right use case and if you need it, the reality is most organizations I have to deal with are not 100% Cube shops. They have a larger ecosystem. There's a lot of other stuff out there that is not running on Cube and never will. So if I want to have a tool where I can do that observability stuff, if a tool that I select is only working on Cube, it's going to be kind of annoying. Because then I would need multiple tools, or I'm going to have a really limited view. So that's not what I wanted. So I looked at what tooling is out there that I can really use. And that's when I bumped into Coroot. It's obviously open source, otherwise I wouldn't be looking at it. It's working all over the place. Working on bare metal, working on public cloud, working on Cube, working on proprietary orchestrators, Nomad, stuff like that. It still is your data. You're going to keep the data within your network, within your data center. You don't ship it to some remote cloud vendor. I think that today is going to be more and more important, definitely in the Netherlands. Too bad, not yet in Belgium. Obviously, it's an eBPF-based export, otherwise I wouldn't have slides on eBPF. And it ships basically metrics, logs, traces to a central, and it has zero instrumentation. It really does a lot of stuff out of the box. But it can also integrate with applications that do speak hotel and that do things. And their marketing team calls it a Datadog killer. Maybe. So there's a bunch of requirements you have if you want to deploy it. You need a compatible, Prometheus-compatible data store for your metrics, because it is time series intensive. So typically that would be Prometheus, Atanos, Mirror, or Cortex. Make sure that you do have a long value length for your labels, because otherwise there are going to be issues. And that's where you store all the metrics. You need ClickHouse as a backend to store your data. That's where you store the logs, the traces, and a lot of the other information. And if you want to have project information and authentication stuff, you kind of need a small Postgres. But for most of us, that is not going to be a really big problem to set up these things. ClickHouse, for those who don't know, it's an open source column-based database. It's the thing that brought down Cloudflare, because the result query they got was so large their config file blew up. I'm trying to get them to talk a config management camp on how that happens. But so it's not ClickHouse that broke it down, it's the output it generated, just to make sure that ClickHouse is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. In a way, I started loving ClickHouse because I'm probably looking to this room still one of the young people, but I still prefer writing SQL queries on my metrics rather than having to write PromQL. And ClickHouse allows me to do that, because it's SQL-alike. If you would just use ClickHouse as an OpenTelemetry output backend, you would be getting the top 3 tables by default. What Coroot does, it adds some more tables and some materialized views on that. But fundamentally, it's the same data, but enriched. So you get more out of it than that. What's one of the really nice things I like about ClickHouse is these are basically all my logs, and I have a DTL on that. And I basically say in my database creation, well, keep them 1 day. keep them 2 days, and you can just change that with a SQL query on the fly. Stuff I really like, not restarting services, pruning data. It just works out of the box. Small, little details that make a tool really nice. There's a zillion options on how to deploy code. For those who are on Cube, there's obviously Helm chart and an operator. There's Puppet modules out there that I wrote. There were supposed to be Ansible playbooks, but those were never finished. You can deploy it on Docker. You could deploy it with a bunch of curl scripts you don't want to use because, well, it's kind of dirty to get random stuff from the internet. You can do it manually. You can do it whatever way you want. I stopped maintaining the RPM packages because basically I was the only one using them. But, well, nobody ever asked me. If somebody would have stood up and said, hey, yeah, I'm using them too, I kept on publishing them, but I wasn't. So you can deploy it. It's pretty trivial. It's a couple of binaries. It's basically a server endpoint, which is the co-root binary. That's an OTel endpoint. It's a pass-through for all the logs and the metrics to go to the ClickHouse and to the Prometheus backend. It gives you a UI, and from that UI, you can create a bunch of projects and do a couple of other things, and you can do a bunch of the configuration. Then there's the node agent, and that's the agent you run on every single instance or within your container orchestrators. And basically, you tell it an API key, which is kind of not even a key, but an identifier to say, you're this project. That does all the work underneath, takes all the eBPF stuff and ships it. It's also a Prometheus exporter, so you could just query it. And those are the two main components. It's pretty easy to configure and to deploy. If you're running a bunch of databases, you can also run a co-root cluster agent, and that's going to give you even additional insights and more detail into things like MySQL, Postgres, FileKey, and things like that. So once you get to the UI, you got basically the difference between different projects where you can have a pull down. Within those projects, if you're running on container orchestrator, they can also have multiple namespaces there. So this could allow you to have something like development, your lab, your production, your security environment, and just have different views, different maps on all of those things together. At least it's not the phone. So once you have that configured and you have a bunch of nodes starting to ship data, that's when the fun starts. And this is what you get out of the box. This is a screenshot of an actual production set where there were some issues going on. Like, for some reason, we were still running console at that moment and not switched to etcd. And there was some latency on that problem. We had a bunch of MySQL connections that were going wrong, that were having a problem. Things that we didn't trivially see in the log files, but were happening. And then also on a lot of other instances, there were a bunch of failed connections. Errors in the log files. Nothing configured. This is what you got out of the box. And you saw that where in your ecosystem you needed to look and to figure out what to solve first. Out of the box, I got again that nice map of what is talking to what. The thing I really liked from Packetbeat. Like, I see my postfixes talking to some SMTP server. Sure. I see my Puppet runs where they are all getting data from. I see all of the applications, how they talk to each other. And this is just the application view. I can make it bigger and say all of the monitoring components. And I can add all of the security tools to it. And this obviously is going to be way too complex, so the tool allows you to create filters based on namespaces, based on every single regex you want, so you can filter out all the rabbits and all the gibberish that you don't want to see. But it gives you that out-of-the-box view of this is what's going on in your infrastructure, this is what's trying to connect, this is what's really working, and also, this is a screenshot from when we kicked out console and switched to etcd. This is where the problem is. I got a visual view on, hey, there's a problem with your etcd connection. I think they put that in specifically for me. Still not sure. But I got a lot of information on DNS and where it's broken and why and how many queries and everything that happens. I really liked it when they put in that tab. But this one luckily doesn't show any problems, obviously. It has the concept of incidents, and it lists them, like the etcd connection or the MySQL that's slow. You get an overview of what's going on. And what is really handy, once you dig into those problems, you get like a pull-down menu when you're in. Do you remember when you're in Graphite and you need to figure out within a certain time frame, when did the incident start, when did the problem happen, when did I start? And you start scrolling and refining and going 2 days back and 2 days forward, because you don't know the actual time frame. Code basically says time frame, this incident, before, after. You pull down, this is the time frame I want to look at. I love that feature. I don't need to shift, and it just stays the same. 2 days later, it's still that incident, that time frame. It's the small things. You could integrate your alerting. This is a screenshot of the alerts integrated with our Rocket Chat. You see where we have a performance problem. Our CrowdSec is a bit overloaded. But you could integrate it with pretty much every tool you want, if you want to, because it can get noisy. Whoa, what happened with this slide? So yeah, I had to change my team because apparently the corporate style has changed again, and this. So they have this idea about service level objectives, where if you don't reach a certain number, you get alerts on it. Obviously, you don't want to be paged on every single thing that you cannot do, you cannot fix. So to my point of view, an alert should be actionable. You don't want to wake up people when there's no real business critical issue. So it doesn't mean that if you don't reach your SLO, you need to wake up people, depending on your organization. That's something you need to figure out. And if it's not actionable, all of these things, I don't want to be paged for that. But that's something you need to figure out yourself. So it's been a while, but this was the MySQL issue we had. And that was a really low availability. We had some problems with MySQL, we thought. Well, turns out we didn't. This was the MySQL exporter behaving badly. It was actually trying to do cluster connects on a non-cluster instance, and cluster connects on an old version. And that was giving us errors every single time, while it actually wasn't an error. So that was just an upstream bug to file. But we had that visibility, something we would never have seen, and it could have been a real issue. Yeah, this is the show all slave and all of those things. Those were the errors we figured out that don't work on all of the MySQL instances. That's why we had those errors. We got those traces out of the box with no configuration, not even with the agents running. So we got traces out of the box. There's 2 ways to do traces. It's basically to get them from eBPF, and then you get the stuff it figures out. Or you can configure your application, if it is capable of outputting traces, and point them to the OpenTelemetry endpoint in co-root. Or you could actually put an OTel collector somewhere and create a pipeline that has the co-root endpoint as an endpoint in the pipeline. Something you could also do. So support for tracing, support for a bunch of metrics that really give you relevant information out of the box. And obviously, support for logs. Really easy and fast. This is the number of logs you get. These are the errors. It gives you trivial details on the errors. Much easier to me to configure than I used to love Logstash, but right now, if I look at Kibana and the whole ecosystem, it became horrible. This gave me back some, this is fun, I can work with logs fast again, and I get the information I want really fast. It could also do profiling, like the 4.5 pillar that nobody talks about, but that's going to depend on the actual language that you support, because this is based on another open source library. I think this is This is Prometheus, so this is Golang. There's Python options, but the profiling really depends on support of the library, which I'm now forgetting, and I thought was in my slides. It's who knows which project this is based on? It's the Grafana Labs project that does profiling, but anyhow. It has the concept of deployment, where definitely in container ecosystem, you know what a deployment is when it happened, and it can compare between the previous deployment. So you deploy a new application, and suddenly something happens. Well, the OTel collector on our lab was suddenly having a difference in memory usage and a difference in CPU usage. And typically, you need to create dashboards and alert rules in Prometheus and really write some PromQL that really does that. I got that out of the box. You can see the differences in the deployments. You see the moments it happened, and you can see the fun part. Just works. So where do you use this today? Well, for me, this is not my default monitoring tool. This is not the tool that is going to alert me. But it is really a tool that allows me to do much faster debugging. It's going to tell me up front, like, these are some attention places where you need to look into the ecosystem. We still got it up and running in most of our development environments, so about 1,400 nodes and a couple of kube clusters. Most of development and acceptance platforms have it enabled. It's feature flagged to be turned on production platforms if we really have problems there. So we can turn it on when we need it. When we think that there's going to be a big workload going to come up, then we can just turn it on, because it does use some compute, but not that much. But it's mostly the ClickHouse that suddenly became our largest database, but we don't really care if the data in there disappears. So we don't always have to turn it on. But it really brought back, and this should be a really smaller picture. Something happened there. If you remember from DevOps Days Rome in 2012, when Ulf Manson gave an ignite about his newfound love for monitoring, this tool gave me back my newfound love for observability. It gave me the stuff I cared about without the effort of having to set up and a Prometheus stack, and a Cortex, and a Jaeger, and an Org stack to get everything. It was small, it was lightweight, the developers are really fast on their Slack channels to respond, and it works. And that was the fun part. It gave me back my love for open source observability tools. And I really want, at least this talk was really good, if at least one of you goes back and says, hey, I'm going to try this and see if it works for me. And that would be more than I ever wanted from this talk. So yeah, I hope you also found back some love for some monitoring and some fun tooling. Questions? Jeroen has a question. Oh no, Jeroen is just wanting to... I thought Jeroen was doing like this, but he's just doing like this. No questions. Koen has a question.
Okay. Typically, when you're monitoring 1,000 nodes, you need quite a beefy environment to just monitor it. How's co-root on that?
So I'm not running 1,000 nodes shipping data there. It does need some beef because it's getting all the traces from eBPF. It's getting all the logs. It's getting all the metrics. But we restrict it. I have a detail on the logs and the traces for 1 day. I wrote a bunch of scripts to, by default it puts much more data in there, but I wrote a bunch of scripts that every time new projects get created, ClickHouse we just alter the tables and we just make them short. I can't really put numbers to it, but I do know that at some point that was our most intensively used database within the company. And that is also the reason why it's feature flagged. So the real numbers, I can't give you. It really depends on how much do you really want to consume from it. But it does need something. Now, if you would want to build something similar to that, with Grafana and a Cortex and a Jaeger and an Elastic and an OpenSearch, you're going to need more power. It's still pretty lightweight for what you get. But there is the obvious discussion within the monitoring community, like, is this all worth the CPU power, and what are we going to do with it? But it's the question for every single tool you run. It's not cheap. I know that there's ecosystems where the monitoring platform is more expensive than the actual application. Definitely if your monitoring tool is completely written in Java. Which is not the case, it's Golang, but yeah.
Any more questions for Chris?
Do I still get my 3 wishes? He promised me 3 wishes.
No? Okay, thank you, Chris.
Time to lighten up.